Brothers in the house. From the Bible to the Quran, Revelation, Jerusalem, Shalom, Salam Alaikum. You can see Christian, Jews, Muslim living together, praying, amen. Let's give thanks and praises. Bahu'ata Adonai, Bahu'ata Jerusalem, Bahu'ata Adonai, Bahu'ata Jerusalem, Jerusalem, here I am. Jerusalem, je t'aime. Jerusalem, here I am. Jerusalem. Israel kirati, Israel kirati, I know how for that. Israel kirati, Israel.
Okay, we're about to start. The way some faces are so serious, they're like, Charlie, you guys have got to start. Can you put your hands together for being here on time? We celebrate you guys. Oh, is that all you can do? Put your hands together. Or do I need to get spiritual? Come on, somebody put your hands together. All right, okay, we're about to start. Everyone's looking so fine. It's a Friday morning. Music was from, please, what's your name again? The Vibe Brothers. Amen. I was wondering why they were playing Cools in the morning. You know, morning. I thought I was going to do some gospel or something. All right. Okay, thanks for coming. You're going to have a good day. And to just kick start is a prophet who's going to speak into the program. So let's put our hands together and welcome Prophet Daniel. All right. Oh, Charlie, I want your claps to really. All right. Oh, keep clapping while I like his suit. All right, Prophet.
Amen. We are in church at this time. Yeah. Please stand to your feet. We want to thank God this morning for lives like yours. We want to thank Him for keeping us and making this a success. Open up and thank Him. Transporting you here by His grace. Thank Him. Give Him praise. He deserves to be thanked. He deserves to be worshipped. Give Him worship. Thank Him. Father, we thank You. We give you praise. Go ahead, ask him for his presence, his excellence, his beauty, the glory of the Lord. He should come in the midst of his people. The hand of the Lord appear in the midst of us. Bring to pass expectations, heart desires, dreams and visions in direction to HL Consulting Group. Ask him to come in the midst of his people this very morning. Come, Lord, Spirit of the living God. We ask for direction. We ask for guidance. Lead us in the name of Jesus. You want to go ahead and talk to him that the works of the enemy will not progress this morning. That all Satan will do will not see manifestation. The plans of your own enemies, the agenda of your own adversaries will not disadvantage you this morning. Talk to God. Father, we bless you. We give you praise. Into your hands we commit this gathering. So take glory. Let all the honor be to you. In the name of the Lord Jesus. AH Consulting Group has come to stay. It has come to break barriers. This morning he was telling me and said, this put together is an answered prayer. Because many have received prophecies to travel out of the country, but they doubt the process. It's so difficult to leave the shores of Ghana. But the Lord has brought this process so people have confidence and believe in their prophecies and for it to come to pass. My God, once again into your hands we commit this morning. Do us good. Do us good. Do us good. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Come on, put your hands together. Enjoy your seats. All right. All right. Prayer is key. I remember the first time. No, it wasn't the first time. I was going to the United States. I was in a flight going. It was a Delta flight. So we had moved from Accra, and then we're heading towards the United States. And somewhere in the air, I think we had flown about like some 4 hours. And then the pilot announced that he was actually out of fuel. Charlie, in the middle of the air, the guy says, "Oh, please, I'm out of fuel." Charlie, there was a woman who was sitting by me. The woman just held my hand. And then there was this guy who was actually working on his laptop. Within 1 second, the guy put his laptop aside. The man said, "Oh no, but we're just about landing at Puerto Rico where I'm going to refuel." I was like, All right, so prayer is key. Amen. This is why I can say amen, right? Come on, praise the Lord. You gotta put your hands together for Jesus. All right. All right, and we want to put our hands together for the organizers of this event. They've done so well. How many of you enjoyed the breakfast? Or if you did? Oh, you didn't? Okay, sorry. All right, so there's a raffle going on. With the raffle, you actually have to pay 100 Ghana cedis to qualify to either go home with a watch, like what I'm wearing, like an Apple Watch, or the latest is an AirPod, right? It's together. Oh, you get it together. Okay, so it's together. So you can actually win that. Or you can win the iPhone 14. So if you're with the old edition like mine, you can go on there and just pay 150 and then you qualify to. So we're going to have our first speaker. I'm not going to. Yeah, we're going to have our first speaker. Our first speaker is ready. She's smiling. And very soon we're going to have her bio being read, before she gets on. And I need somebody to tell me what we are. What company is organizing this event? Can you just scream it out for me wherever you are? Oh, can I hear it? Come on. Because I believe by the end of this year it's going to be a household name, right? HL Concert is going to be a household name, and we're all going to support it, okay? So we're going to hear about HL, we're going to hear about what this whole thing is about, why we here dressed so fancy in a nice place like this. So her bio is going to be read, and then after the bio you're going to get her on. So let's put our hands together as we get ready for her bio and introduce the first speaker. All right.
Kalicia is a licensed attorney in the state of New York and the Commonwealth of Virginia. She's on a mission to rebuild, restore, and reunite one family at a time by speaking for those who cannot speak for themselves. She is the founding partner of the law firm Hazelwood Lawrence, LLC, which operates in the states of New York, Virginia, and Michigan. Kalicia specializes in all aspects of family law and immigration law. She has extensive and diverse experience in civil litigation, including but not limited to child custody and visitation, child abuse, child neglect, orders of protection, and divorce. While Kalicia advocates for all people, she is passionate about fighting for the rights of minority fathers, as they are often overlooked and working at a disadvantage in the family court system. When she is not fighting at the family court, you can find her advocating for clients who are trying to navigate the complex United States immigration system. Because of this passion, she is now launching an immigration consulting group in Ghana in response to numerous Ghanaians who are scammed by unscrupulous visa agents. Her aim is to walk prospective travelers through the right processes for acquiring authentic United States visas. Kalicia is razor sharp, resilient, and relentless. She has the experience her clients need and fights tirelessly to get them the results they seek. Kalicia has earned 2 bachelor's degrees from Indiana Wesleyan University in business administration and pre-law/political science. She then earned 3 graduate degrees in only 4 years at Regent University. She received a master's degree in theology, as a Juris Doctor, and a Master of Law in International Law with a focus on the rights of children. Kalicia is not only an attorney, she is a published author, a certified life coach, an arbitrator for what is known as the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, also known as FINRA, and she is the chairwoman of the nonprofit organization, the Haitian American Caucus. She is also the recipient of the award Top 40 Attorneys under the age of 40 in the United States. When she is not making a positive difference in the lives of her clients, Kalicia enjoys spending time with her sister's pit bull. Second to Max, she makes herself available to spending quality time with her human family, including her nieces and nephews. Kalicia is also a talented singer and directs the praise team at her church. For self-care, she enjoys exercising and traveling. As of this year, she's traveled to over 25 different countries. Ghana remains her favorite country to visit and now to reside.
Good morning, Ghana. Y'all sound dead. Good morning, Ghana. Wake up, wake up. I know it's still a little bit early, but I need to feel you, all right? So that was a warm-up, okay? So we're going to try it again. Good morning, Ghana. Good morning, good morning. Thank you all so much for supporting us. I am so overwhelmed with the love and support that I've received from this country. I just want to give you a brief introduction of what this program is about who we are, so you have a better understanding from where we're coming from. So who are we and why are we hosting this program? As the lovely reader read on my bio, I am an attorney in the state of New York and licensed also in the state of Virginia. I do run my practice. It's called Hazelwood Lawrence, PLLC, with my business partner, Renesha Lawrence, who's right here. And you'll hear a little bit more about her, but she's also licensed in New York and Michigan. So in the United States, we run our firm in 3 states, as we mentioned, and we specialize in 3 areas of practice. I manage the immigration practice, my partner manages the estate planning practice, and we both co-manage the family law matrimonial practice. So why Ghana? I've been traveling back and forth to Ghana since about 2012. Every time I come here, people always ask me, is this your first time in Ghana? No, it's not. So I've been here traveling about over 10 years now. And Ghana is close to my heart because when I traced my ancestry, I found out that my ancestors are from here. So my family, yes. My family is originally from the Caribbean. They're from a small island called St. Vincent. How many of you heard of it? It's very small. It's right between Barbados and Trinidad. How many of you heard of those islands? Right. St. Vincent, fun fact, that's where the film The Pirates of the Caribbean was filmed. How many of you know that film? So if you've seen it, you've kind of been to St. Vincent, but you should still visit. And Ghanaians don't need a visa to get to St. Vincent, but you do need a transit visa to arrive there. All right? So my parents are from the Caribbean. I traveled here. I just felt this connection with the land. As soon as I landed, I was just so overwhelmed. I couldn't believe that I was in Africa. I started crying. And then when I traced my ancestry, I found out that my ancestors were from here. So connecting with the people, I said, I want to give back to Ghana in a way that's different than missionary work or typical NGO work. So with speaking with different Ghanaians, I found out that there has been numerous people who have been scammed by agents or people portraying themselves as agents, saying that they can get them a United States visa. They never get that visa, or they don't hear from that person again. And what breaks my heart is that these people pay a lot of money. Some of them, it's their life savings because they want to travel so badly. And God laid it on my heart. He said, with your knowledge of the legal system, the United States legal system, I can give back to Ghana by launching this consulting group to spread awareness how to get proper United States visa. Somebody say proper. Yes, I learned that on this trip. I learned that term. I like it. So that's our goal. We really want to educate you and we want to help you. So this is just the beginning. But after this, we have launched our office in Accra. It's not too far from here. It's right by ANC Mall. And you will be able to come into the office and we'll be able to help you with your visa needs for the United States. Not only will we be able to help you with United States visas, we'll also be able to help you with other visas around the globe, okay? And my favorite part about our business is the third prong that appeals to the diaspora. So by the grace of God, I've been able to get the ear of diaspora in the United States and in the Caribbean. And I always hear people say, I want to travel to Ghana. How can I go to Ghana? And when they travel here, just like me, they fall in love with the place, they fall in love with the people, and then their next question is, how can I invest? Some people go as far as saying, how can I relocate to Ghana? So we, HL Consulting Group, is also the liaison between Ghana and the diaspora in the United States and the diaspora in the Caribbean. So not only do I want Ghanaians to travel abroad, but I want people to travel here as well, because you have something special to offer. Right? So I'm gonna do a brief, can you take me through the PowerPoint? I just want to do a brief overview of what to expect. Okay, while we wait on them, keep going. So the workshop is basically going to be divided in two main stages. Our goal is to present to you the types of visas that the United States offer, give you a little snippet of it, and then you can come and consult with us. So one thing that I found when speaking to people is that a lot of Ghanaians, you apply for the B1, B2 visa, a lot of you. And there are so many other visas that are available. And the B1, B2 visa, it's a hard visa to get because of some of the requirements. But there are other ways and other paths for you to enter the United States. So first, we're going to talk about what is known as the non-immigrant visa, which are people who are traveling to the United States temporarily. And then we'll talk to you about the immigrant visas. So, like we said, the workshop is intensive. It's quick, so you want to take notes and make sure that you're listening. I know that a lot of you may have questions, so the second part of the workshop, we're going to answer your questions. So when you came in, I think everybody should have had a pen, right? You got a pen. So what we're doing is while we're going through the different types of visas, while we're going through the different sessions, we want you to write your questions down. There'll be paper available. So we want you to write down the questions that you have, and then there's a question and answer box. And then the second part after lunch, we are going to answer those questions for you, okay? We may not get to all of them, but we'll get to as many as we can. And for our VIPs, we have later on, we have a former United States immigration officer that will be here to speak with you guys about the do's and don'ts when interviewing for a United States visa. We'll also do some mock interviews. I don't know if any of you have any interviews coming up at the embassy soon. This will be a great time to do a mock interview with him so he can tell you exactly what they're looking for and what you should not do while you're sitting in those interviews. And the most exciting part is the raffle. And there are two raffles going on. One is for the iPhone 14, and as our host mentioned, for a chance to enter into the raffle is 150 CDs, and then for the Apple Watch and the Apple AirPods, a chance to enter is 100 CDs. If you were to go out and buy an iPhone 14, you would pay way more than that. So don't think that it's expensive. It's not. Pay your money, pray, talk to Prophet Daniel, let him prophesy over you, kakara, kakara, and then, and then we'll see what happens, okay? And then the last prize is the grand prize for the person who has brought the most people here today. And I haven't revealed what that prize is, but it's better than the iPhone 14. So if you invited people, text them right now, be like, hey, where are you? I need my grand prize. Get here right now, okay? So thank you all so much. And we are going to segue into our first session. So let me just talk about the first session a little bit, because this first session is mostly for our audience that's streaming online and for the diasporas that are here today. So we have, when I introduced the workshop, I had people in the United States and the Caribbean, Canada, asking me if I can stream it because they're interested in Ghana and they want to know more about investment opportunities. So I have been able to connect with Mr. Saka, and he is going to do an interview style about the investment opportunities here in Ghana for our diaspora. This initiative is important to me because when the diaspora come to Ghana and they invest, what they do is they build the economy. And that is the best way for the doors of the world to be open, because now other countries will look at Ghana and say, this country is established, this country is successful, this country has jobs, so we can let their people into our country. So that's why that initiative with the diaspora is very important to me. I know that the government of Ghana has started that initiative in 2019 with the Year of the Return. So I'm so grateful for that initiative. I've traveled to a lot of countries in Africa, and none other country has been as welcoming to the diaspora population as Ghana. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We truly appreciate you.
All right. Oh, keep clapping, don't stop. Just keep clapping, don't stop. I remember my first trip to the American embassy. I got there, and you know when you enter the small space, the place is like dead quiet. It's like nobody wants to talk. Everybody's so serious, And if you meet this very spiritual people, it's that their body is shaking, because while they are sitting there speaking in tongues, so you see, you just you get somebody's body going, and inside them is like I must get this one, So there was this pastor who was, the guy came in this whole clerical thing, He was the next person. The first person who had gone, was refused. So tension was in the room. When they keep refusing people, there's this tension that just comes into the room. Everybody becomes steady. And then this pastor went there, so bold with his clerical. And then the young man asked him, the purpose of your visit. He goes like, I am going for a conference for my church. And then the man says, okay. He says, how long are you staying? I can't tell, as the Spirit leads. And I said in my head, I'm like, yo, that's it. You know? And then the man is there, and they asked him, are you a speaker of the conference? No, I'm just a participant. The guy just smiles and looks at the guy and is like, can you go and tell your church you are not attending the conference this year? Now, can you imagine that the pastor who was so composed, you know, trying to, what do you mean? Do you know how much I paid? You know, and so the funny part is they brought a police escort, and they said they had to escort him out because he was getting a bit. At this point, my heart was like, boom. You know, at this point, I'm like, yo, I hope I don't go to this guy. You know, boom. So there was this lady who goes before me. The lady goes, and hers was quick. And then the place was now vacant. So obviously, I'm the next person. And I'm like, no, not this guy. He says, next. Now, when he says next, I didn't move. I was still sitting there. I said, sir, next. You know, I got the, you know, first time you go, you're so tense. You're like, okay. I just said in my mind, this guy is going to bounce me, you know. So the guy asks this very interesting question. He looks at my passport. He goes like, why did you go to Romania for 3 days? And the funny part is, I was doing an HIV and AIDS project. So it was sponsored by Steven Seagal. How many of you know Steven Seagal? Yeah, so Steven Seagal had actually flown me to Romania to watch him act a movie, you know. So I had taken some pictures with him, and it was in my wallet. So the guy asked, what did you go to Romania for? I said, oh, I went to see Steven Seagal. This guy literally turned in the boot, turned to his colleagues. He says, man, these guys are kidding. Come and see this black guy who says he's seen Steven Seagal. I haven't seen Steven Seagal. You've seen Steven Seagal? And I was just like, so something said, it wasn't something, the Holy Ghost said, tap your wallet. I tapped my wallet and I pulled it out, and I showed him a picture of myself and Steven Seagal. He was like, excuse my language, damn, you've seen Steven Seagal? And I said, you can see the picture, I've seen Steven Seagal. Now, the important thing is the questions they ask you. And I'm sure they're going to, you know. And she made a mistake by asking me about, those days this time it's SDGs, right? And those days was what? MDGs. And if you ask me questions about MDGs, forget it, I'll kill it. So, you know, I used to do charity projects, work with HIV and AIDS and stuff. So immediately the question was asked, oh, like you just pressed the start. I started speaking and speaking. The guy was like, you know what? I'm going to put something in the system here. Nobody is ever going to refuse you entry in America. And for 25 years, I've been going in and out of America. Just last week, I went to renew my visa. Within 2 days, they called me to come pick it. Man, VIP, my God. All right, so we're going to have a little icebreaker. A lot of you want to go to America. I want to know how well you know America, right? So I'm going to have, how many people are interested in this one? It comes as a prize. It's not an iPhone anyway. All right, so I'm going to have, how many people are going to come? Let me get maybe 4 people. 4. Let's see who's going to win. 4 people. Oh, can you volunteer? I want to see how well you know America. Hey, no one's going to come. I prophesy. The person will come here. Okay, I need 4 people. Oh, wow, just 4. Don't worry, this part will not stream it. Just 4 people. Oh, 4 people. Okay, yes, please come. Put your hands together. Let's celebrate him. Can you give him a microphone? Let's see how well you know America. All right, I need 2 more people. 2. Oh, one brother is here. Can I get a sister? Can I get a microphone, please? Oh, a sister. Oh, come, let's put our hands together for her. Wow. Big boss, can I get my phone? At least the questions are there. Yeah. Oh, you can climb up. All right, so I have 2 people. Okay, so I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to make it 5-5. So we see who is going to win. So 2 microphones. Can I get 2 microphones? Okay, please, one on my left so you don't copy. You know, this is cool. You know, you don't. 1%. Anyone? Apple for the boys. Oh, he wants to. So the boys will win. Yeah. All right, so, okay. So if you know the answer, you lift your hands first. These are the judges. Are you ready? Microphone, are you ready? Let's put our hands together. You know, we'll introduce her later. She's done a beautiful job today. All right. Are we ready? Are you ready? The person who wins gets a free visa to America. All right. All right. So you are the judges. First question. Which year was George H.W. Bush elected president?
2000.
2000. Hey, Charlie. Okay. Should I give them possible answers?
Yeah.
So it's quick. Okay. 1964. If you know the answer, you just raise your hand quickly. Okay. Please stop looking here. 1964, 1896, 1988, 1993.
1993.
What?
93.
Out.
88.
Okay, she's got the first question right. Charlie, the females have started. Charlie, don't do that. This weekend is Father's Day.
I'm warming up.
Don't do that. Okay. Question number 2. When was Martin Luther King born? Where was Martin Luther King born? If you know, you can raise your hands quickly. Possible answers? Do you want answers?
Possible.
Okay. Accra. Okay. The next one is New York City, Maryland, and then we have Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta.
Oh, wow. 2. All right.
She was fast.
Okay. All right. Question number 3. How many stripes are there on the American flag? How many stripes are there on the American flag? How many flags are there on the American flag?
How many stars?
Flags. Stripes. Sorry. Stripe. Don't count. Please look here. Please look here.
6.
Oh, you are disqualified. Yes? Possible answers? Okay. 10, 50, 14, 13.
10.
13.
13. 3. Wow.
The intel is no way.
Charlie, can we get somebody to help the guys? All right. Okay, question number 4. What do these stripes on the American flag represent? What do these stripes represent? You want possible answers? All right. The number of states. 2. The number of rivers in the United States. The number of colonies. And the number of wars America has fought.
Wars.
The number of what?
Wars.
Thank God you are wrong. Charlie. This one.
The number of states.
Colonies.
Colonies. We'll go even for a half point. Okay. All right. Hey, Charlie. So it's what? 3.5, 0.
0. Capital
Okay.
0.
A few more questions and we'll go to the next segment. Are we getting ready for the next speakers? Their bios are going to be read. Okay. All right. Can you sing the first line of the American national anthem? Just the first line. You can even give me the harmony. You don't have to sing it. Yeah.
I know the rhythm, by the way.
You know- Okay, who can do that for us? Okay, yeah. Okay, let's get a male voice so we tell who will win. Can you go again? Okay, a guy. So we are going to vote. Who is going? Do we give it to the guys? Oh. Okay, one last one. Ish. Charlie, we'll give the guys. Charlie, 1 point for you. Hey. Charlie, this one we'll give to the guys half point, okay? You just have to have. Charlie, but why are you trying this thing, eh? Okay, question, what question is it? 5, okay. When was the Statue of Liberty installed in America? When? Possible answers?
When was it
When was it installed?
installed?
Yes.
Statue of Liberty.
Yes.
Yes.
I like this guy. All right, possible answers. 1857.
1857.
Okay, now it's your turn. 1776, 1781, 1885. She doesn't know. Okay, so the answer is 1885. Okay. All right. Hey, child, this is serious. What is the national flower of the United States of America? The United States of America has a national flower. It's not a flour they use in making bread. Flower. The national flower. Okay, let me give possible answers. 1, the lily. Number 2, the zizi. Number 3, the rose. Number 4, the lotus.
Lotus.
Because you heard lotus, you think it's not lotus. Charlie, this one, read him as.
The rose.
The rose! Yay! So, 3.5, 1.5. All right. A few more questions. What was the name of New York City before it changed into New York? Hey, what was the name of New York City before it changed into New York? So it used to have a name. I'm sure some of you don't even know. All these Americans are lost. All right. So, possible answers? Okay. New London, New Jericho, New Amsterdam, New Paris.
New Amsterdam.
Good! Charlie, looks like you're having some helpers here. So 3.5, 2.5. Charlie. All right. The next question. Charlie, we are coming up.
We are coming.
Yes. Which of the following is the first permanent English settlement in America? The first permanent English settlement in America. Okay? Massachusetts. Number 2, New York City. Number 3, Jamestown. Number 4, Georgia.
Georgia.
Wrong?
New York City.
Wrong. It's actually Jamestown. Yeah, it's actually Jamestown. Okay. Who is the current Vice President of the United States of America?
Joe Biden.
Current is the current Vice President.
Joe Biden.
No, this one, no possible answer.
The one came to Ghana recently.
I don't know her.
Kamala Harris.
What?
Kamala Harris.
Okay, who do we give it to? All right. No. Everyone says, no, at least he had the. She said Joe Biden. Can you imagine? She's a female. When you say Joe Biden, you're completely out.
Sorry.
So it's 3.5.
3.5.
Charlie,
And 3.5.
this is the rate determining step.
3.5.
Charlie, brothers, ahoo. Brothers, ahoo. Sisters, shh. All right, okay. What is the official language of the United States of America?
American English.
I also said English.
Okay, let me give you possible answers. Right? Navajo, Spanish, English, none of the above.
English.
Okay, it looks like this one won't pass, so we'll get to another question.
None of the above.
Oh, it's gone. Okay, so I'm going to ask one of our panels to ask you a question, and that'll be the that's the last question to determine the winner. So, who wants to go? Who wants to ask a question? Okay, all right. Let's invite. Okay, she has a microphone. She's going to give you the prize, so after you go and see her for your prize.
So there are 50 governors in the United States. Name at least one. You want to win?
Nanado.
If you want to phone a friend, you can phone a friend.
Okay, a minute.
Oh. Wow.
That's his friend.
Hey. It's not Kwame Nkrumah. Charlie, I like the woman power. Every woman. Hey, Charlie brothers.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Who? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No.
Hurry up. I can't help you. My number 0243. Is it Momo?
Wait, he's actually calling somebody?
Wow.
Oh,
Is it Ghana technology?
he's calling.
Brian Kemp, Georgia State Governor.
Okay, let's give it. So the ladies.
Google, is it Google or a call? But I could have Googled.
So you didn't have Google.
I'm calling someone.
You're calling someone.
That was the option. That was the option. Because Google,
Come
I
on.
could have Googled.
What's your name?
Sharifa.
All right, so Sharifa, you see her after. Let's put our hands together for Sharifa. All right, so Sharifa. Okay. I tried. All right, so we're going to have the bios for our next speakers. If it's ready, can it be read? All right. Okay, the microphones. The microphones are coming. I'm sure. Did some of you know the answers to these questions? Are you sure? Some of them didn't know. You didn't know. They don't teach you that in school. In Ghana, we do struggle. Oh. The way you have to learn some things, it's called chew and pour. All right. Are you ready? Okay. All right. So, bios of our two next speakers, please.
Kojo Saka Adomensa was born on the 9th of June, 1980. A Ghanaian thoroughbred and an accomplished entrepreneur, motivational speaker, and a social media commentator. Kojo had his basic education at Achimota Primary and continued to Achimota Secondary School in Accra for his senior high school education, and thereafter proceeded to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where he received a bachelor's degree in integrated rural and industry. In 2007, he graduated with an MBA in marketing from Central University College. Kojo started his career as a clerk in 1999 at the Social Security and National Insurance Trust, also known as SNIT. In 2004, he bowed out of corporate life to start his entrepreneurial journey as a supplier of water to corporate institutions such as Bro Ghana Limited, Intercontinental Bank, and Newmont. Driven by his passion for identifying and developing businesses and business opportunities, Kojo established Saka Homes, arguably one of the leading brands in the real estate market in 2008. Through his entrepreneurial vision and in keeping with its vision of continuous growth, Kojo continues to identify gaps in the real estate market and develops tailor-made world-class residential properties in prime locations across Accra to meet the gap. Under his able and astute leadership, Saka Homes has grown to be a force to reckon with in the real estate market, and coupled with his forward-thinking, instinctive, and hands-on approach, Kojo continually seeks to replicate the success chalked by the company across other market interests. Kojo is a very passionate philanthropist. He actively supports various educational, health, and other social responsibility projects. Through various initiatives, he has improved the lives of thousands of people across multiple communities. On his 40th birthday in June 2020, He built an ultra-modern, fully furnished 42-bed ward for Achimota Hospital. All who have had an encounter with Kojo will attest to the fact that he is an exceptional entrepreneur with an immensely deep understanding and appreciation for business and of the business. He works closely with his team, drawing on his extraordinary drive and determination to succeed in leading and guiding the overall focus and growth of the company. Kojo is happily married to Abena Ado Mensa and is blessed with 3 children. He loves traveling and enjoys playing golf and swimming. Renesha Lawrence Esquire is an attorney and founding partner of Hazelwood Lawrence. She currently runs the estate planning division of Hazelwood Lawrence and also practices family law. She is an avid fighter for justice for minority families being mistreated by the court system and has devoted her career to ensuring fairness and justice for her clients. Ms. Lawrence is an award-winning attorney, and her honors include being selected as New York's Top 40 Under 40 Award. While working for the city of New York, she earned New York City's Child Advocacy Award for her fierce advocacy representing abused and neglected children. She attended University of Phoenix, where she obtained her bachelor's degree in business management. Prior to attending law school, she managed 3 major United States banks for over 13 years. Ms. Lawrence earned her law degree and graduated with honors from Michigan University Cooley Law School in Lansing, Michigan. She is a mother of 4 beautiful children, ages 18, 16, and twins ages 8. In her spare time, she enjoys spending time with her family, singing and laying on the beach. And now, clap your hands and welcome Renesha Lawrence.
Hello, everyone. Thanks again for coming. I'm so happy to be here. Unlike my lovely partner, this is my first time here in Ghana. And also like her, I fell in love the moment I stepped off the plane. So it will not be my last trip. How about that? But I want to thank you for your generosity, for your welcoming. It's just, the energy here is amazing. So thank you all for just showing love and support. I feel like I have new family here, so thank you. I'm also honored to have this moment to share with Mr. Saka, to get some information and to share his expertise with us. You are all honored and blessed to be able to listen to some of the things he's going to share with us. So thank you so much for being here.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for inviting me.
Absolutely. So we've already heard your name. They read it in your bio. So can you explain to the group what it is exactly that you do?
Well, I'm an entrepreneur through and through. I'm famous for real estate, but that's not the only thing I do. In real estate, I run Saka Homes and I run Burgundy Homes. I've been doing this for about 15 years. We've developed houses across the length and breadth of Accra. We are currently developing in East Legon, West Legon, Chado, Abilingpe cantonments, Hatro, Oyarifa, and North Legon. I'm also into oil and gas. I run Kinetic Oil Field Services. We provide services currently on the FPSO Kufuor. That's the ENI project, the IFPSO. We provide labor and we do supplies in the procurement space. I run Srebo and Saka with another partner. We specialize in importation of cars from Dubai and America to sell in Ghana. So these are some of the things that I'm involved in at the moment.
That is fantastic. Can we give him a round of applause for that? So tell us, Mr. Saka, are there any specific industries that you target when you're looking for new properties?
Well, currently we focus on areas that are quite well developed. We do a lot of infilling. We do a lot of joint venture partnerships. And we also do these developments where rundown homes, we clear off the land and we put more units on that space that maybe had 1 or 2 houses. Now we can put about 8 houses. So that's what we are focusing on now. And this is mainly around Jolu, Abelempe, cantonments, the A and B areas of Accra. That's what we're focusing on now.
Okay. Now, my partner mentioned a little bit about the diasporas. Have you helped any of them obtain property here in Ghana?
Yes. In the last few years, that's a new opportunity that we've discovered, and we are working seriously to satisfy their desires and their needs. We are currently putting together a project in Takrady. There are about 80 acres that have been acquired specifically for the diaspora market. It's close to the beach, wow. It's close to the oil city, and we are looking to develop houses, more like pension homes, specifically for a diaspora group that has contacted us and it's looking to pension in Ghana. In our current developments, we have people from the diaspora buying to use as Airbnb. Some come here as their holiday home. Some send their friends and their family to live in every now and then. So we've had interactions with them. We've arranged mortgages for some and all sorts.
Okay. So obviously you're quite successful in all that you do here. What made you start working in the field?
Well, as my bio said, I started life as a clerk at SNIT. And the first day I got to SNIT, I was, at the time, we used to wear a shirt and a tie to work. So the first day I went in a white shirt and a gray tie. Then my manager took me to a room. He could barely open the door. So he pushed it and said, "You see those files? That's your work." Then he gave me a brown apron. I didn't know what the apron was for. But when I eventually pushed the door and I went in, these were files that had been there for maybe close to 20 years. And they wanted to rebadge and have them packed and sent to the records department of SNIT. SNIT, for those of you who don't know, is our social security entity, the government entity that looks after our social security. Long story short, I spent about 2 years batching the files. Every day I would go home sneezing with a cold and all sorts. I gave up my tie. I gave up my white shirt. That wasn't the part that killed me. We were on the 3rd floor and some days the lift don't work. At lunch, when I'm going, I was in a room with 10 other women. I'll tell them I'm going for lunch. They will listen. When I go for lunch and I come, then they will say, "Oh, when you went, was the rice seller there?" I said, "Yes." So, "Can you go and buy me rice?" So I became like an errand boy. I decided then that after university education, I won't go back to work for anybody because I didn't want anybody to send me to buy rice and beans. And I was going to establish an entity for myself and control the narrative. And that's how I got into business. I decided I was going to work for myself and live life the way I wanted it to be.
I love that. I love that. So how many properties do you own currently?
Well, now we are nearing 320 houses since we started this business.
Wow.
In the last few years, we have grown exponentially. We are currently trying to raise money to develop a 50-acre lot that we found. And if that is successful in the next 2 years, we'll be putting out another 320 houses.
Wow.
And we can only see growth and progress from there.
That is awesome. Could you give them a round of applause for that? So of the homes you own, can you tell us what the average price would be?
Well, currently, our average price range is about $200,000 for 3-bedroom with an outhouse. We ended up here because in the last few years, most of the requests we get is for people who want to live in town. They want to have the best of roads, close to the best of shops, and that costs money. In the past, we used to develop around 85,000 and 120 in the Oyarifa, Oyibi, Ashoman areas. That part of the business has gone down. But if we're able to raise this money I'm talking about, we're looking at how we can build more and our clients pay less to own.
So for someone who's looking to purchase one of your homes, what does the application process look like?
First, they would engage us and find out what their interests are of our offerings we have. And we don't only sell what we have. Our company is able to sell partner companies and what they have to. So we'll share with you an array of houses. Once you decide on the one you want, depending on your payment plan, if you want a mortgage or you want to pay cash or pay by yourself, you're given a payment plan. Usually we'll expect that you finish paying before you move into the property. If it's a mortgage, we introduce you to a mortgage company and they finance your home. No matter where you live, there are companies in Ghana that are happy to finance your home.
Did you all hear that? You take notes? So how do you know when a property is a good deal?
Well, the same way you know when it's not a good deal, it's my expectation that you know when it's a good deal. So averagely, you know the value of neighborhoods, you know the value of property, you do a comparative analysis of what is selling in the area, how much prices they are going for. If on the average in this Legon, a 3-bedroom will set you back between 270 and 350,000, and you come to Saka and I say I'm giving it to you for 220 or 250, then you know it's a good deal. But be careful, because sometimes in our bid to chase good deals, you could get scammed. In Ghana, when it comes to property, whenever it's too good to be true, it is indeed too good to be true.
You can say that about a lot of stuff. It sounds too good to be true, it typically is. Now, regarding the process, is there a down payment required, and if so, what percentage?
Usually for developments that we have just started, all you need to do is put down the $5,000 deposit and share with us your payment plan, how you want to pay it. And if it's okay by us, we agree to the plan and you pay. We are flexible like that. We allow you to tell us how you want to pay. As long as you're not going to move in and you're going to move in after you finish paying, usually we are okay. Because when people move in, it's a different story. If you were going for the mortgage option, usually the mortgage companies would expect that you put down a 20% down payment. It doesn't matter if you're a Ghanaian or if you live abroad. Everywhere in the world, there are companies here that are willing to finance your homes. They do it always, they've mastered it. We don't demand much. The mortgage companies too don't demand much. It's the same thing, your credit score, your income, your bank statements, and you get a mortgage. That's all.
Okay. Now let me ask you, do you believe investing in real estate in other countries is important for the diasporas?
Yes, it is. We are currently actually encouraging the diaspora community to invest in Ghana because not only does it make you a good return, it's also your contribution to the economy of Ghana. We're a thriving economy, we're growing, we are perceived to be an icon of growth, stability, and development. Where else would you want to put your money than in Ghana? Where there's stability, there's growth, the people are nice, and there's a lot of enjoyment here. The diaspora community comes here every now and then, and when they are leaving, they are crying because there's no place like Ghana.
Yes.
Come to investment. Usually our rents, though we take them in CD, are dollar denominated. So the stability of your investment is guaranteed. Property appreciates average 7 to 14% in Ghana currently because of the rapid developments that are going on, i.e. access to road, access to potable water, access to electricity. Where else would you want to put your money?
It's a great answer.
But Ghana.
That's right.
In addition to they looking into real estate, there are so many opportunities that the diaspora market can consider investing in Ghana. We are a developing economy. Most of you live in a developed economy. You saw the process, you saw how it happened. Take advantage of it. Position yourself in Ghana. There are so many areas in Ghana that the diaspora market can invest in and put money in. And I can guarantee them a good return. There are actually incentives by the Ghana Investment Promotion Council and a few other entities to facilitate that process of they investing here. Tax incentive and all sort of waivers are available. I'm sure your firm would be able to access and help them get this.
Absolutely. So for those of you who are on the stream, make sure you listen to that again and write down all the benefits because it is a great opportunity. You mentioned the return being between 7 and 14%. Is that after a year or is that after a few years?
Annually.
Okay.
Annually.
That's fantastic. Now, can you tell us what some of the common risks in purchasing real estate here in Ghana would be?
I mentioned one already, deals that are too good to be true. Secondly, there's one very disturbing practice that I've observed and I'd like to bring to your attention. And this goes for all of us here. Usually you would get someone say, I'm going to buy land. Let's start with land. And you are given a site plan. The seller gives the buyer a site plan. And the buyer assumes as the site plan of the land he or she is intending to buy, takes it to the lands department, goes to do their searches, and indeed it would show that the seller's name is what the document you have appears in the seller's name. So you would assume that the land you want to buy is in his name. Most of us, that is what we do. It's so wrong. Don't do it. I'm going to explain to you why. If you are buying land from Saka in East Legon, and I give you a site plan, and you take it to Lands Commission, and you do the search, and my name comes up as Saka, you would assume that the land is mine and you buy it. This is why I say you shouldn't do it. It could be that the land I'm giving to you is around A and C. It is Legon. But the site plan I gave you is for where we are sitting here. The right thing to do is invest in a surveyor, go to the land that I say I'm selling for you, pick it up independently, go to lands and do a search. It's cost so many people money. It's only 500 cedis to take a surveyor to pick the land for you to do the search. desist from this error. Too many people have lost money doing this. So always verify independently, not from what the buyer is telling you. Take a surveyor, pick the property, go and do the search. If you are convinced, then you ask for their documents. You know how site plans are, there are grid lines on it. You can tell if their documents are the same as what you picked. Then you can escalate the conversation. So that's one fundamental mistake most of us do that we shouldn't do. Also, there are tested companies that test properties to see how well they are built, the electrical, the water. Please invest in that. Get someone to check the property and be certain it's a good property, certified before you buy.
Thank you for that answer. We've talked about benefits of buying land. We've talked about some of the pitfalls or things to look out for. Are there any tax implications for investing here?
Yes. You pay a tax on your rent that you make. It used to be 7.5%, but as you know, in the last month or so, there have been some new taxes. I'm not abreast with the new taxes, but it's possible that the way the government is looking for money now, I'm sure they've adjusted the tax a little bit. But as it is all over the world, you pay some tax for that. I mentioned that there are some waivers, especially for foreign direct investment. That is, diasporans invested money here. I'm sure there will be something in there for that too. That one I'll encourage HNL to consider and look into so that you can guide people when it comes to that. I can help you with information on where to go and who to speak to.
Now, given all of your success, you are definitely a mogul in the real estate industry here.
Well, that's how people say
Yeah.
I am, but I get confused. This is me. I'm just an ordinary guy trying to survive and enjoy life.
See how humble he is. I love it. So do you have any concerns about the future of the real estate market here?
Well, I only see growth. Currently, our economy is having some challenges. But for someone who's been in business in Ghana since 2000, I have seen this happen a couple of times. There are just rough patches on the road. I only see progress. I believe that where we are is not where we should be. If you look at the deficit in housing, there's a lot of good opportunity ahead. I see increase. The only thing that might happen, worst case, is a reduction in the rate of investment if things don't pick up quickly. But I don't see any ills or any fails. It's just a reduction in the return on investment.
Okay. Are there any joint ventures that you're personally seeking now in the U.S.?
Yes, I'm considering putting a development in one of Ryan Home's lots. I'm going to the U.S. in 2 weeks. This was made possible by Select USA. And now I'm hoping your firm is going to help me firm up this, finish my registration, and hopefully you will see some Saka homes in Maryland very soon.
Yes, absolutely.
This week we engaged the city of the Loudoun County, as I was telling you. We were with them and the Deputy Ambassador of the USA in Ghana, and been offered a lot by the new metro in Loudoun County to see if we can develop a mixed-use development there. So we'll be going to the US next week and hopefully we'll see how that goes. But we are really, really looking to position our business in America. That's where we are headed now.
Awesome. We can't wait to see it.
We'll be there.
You mentioned Ryan Homes. Can you tell the audience who Ryan Homes is?
Oh, Ryan Homes is like a Reggie Manuel or a Def Traco in America. They are one of the biggest developers in America, and we are praying and working diligently to form that partnership. Because in the grand scheme of things, I'm looking at a time when you'll be driving on the Accra-Kumasi highway and you see about 200 acres. That's a joint venture between Ryan Homes and Saka Homes. That's my dream. We are going there to establish, get the credibility, then we'll bring them to Africa. We are taking the whole Africa.
Yes. Now, if you were, well, I'm not going to say if, when you join forces with Ryan Homes, how will that change the trajectory of investing in Ghana for the diaspora?
Well, if Ryan Homes agrees to come to Ghana, it will be one of the biggest things that happened in our real estate industry. Gray came some years ago and partnered with Reggie Manuel, and you saw how Reggie Manuel got transformed. We are hoping that Ryan Homes, when they come here, will even give the diasporans more confidence and more comfort, knowing that they have dealt with Ryan Homes. Some of them live in properties developed by Ryan Homes. And if they are coming to Ghana and they are going to live in properties developed by Saka Homes and Ryan Homes, what else do we want for? We get the credibility we want.
That's right.
And the return on investment is good for Ryan Homes. So that's what I'm working towards.
Now, you've already shared a lot of benefits about why someone should invest here. Out of the 54 African countries, are there any additional reasons that you want to share that you believe will be good for them to invest here?
Okay, Ghana is 10 hours from DC. We have direct flights from Ghana to DC. We have the best food. Our hospitality is exceptional. We have a lot of interesting tourist sites. There's a lot to do when it comes to relaxation. When you set up a business in Ghana and you are diligent, you'll be amazed at the sort of return you will make on your money. The people are nice. For the men, I want them to know we have the most beautiful girls. And for the ladies, I want you to know that we have very, very handsome and very strong men. Our farms are growing, so you get very good organic food. Literally, if you decide to come and live in Ghana, you are guaranteed another extra years of your life because there's sunshine, there's
That'll
good
do it.
rain, and in general, most of the people are happy. Lately, because of inflation, but soon things will turn around. Ghana is the place. How did you feel when you got into Ghana? How was your experience at the airport?
It was amazing. It was amazing. I felt very, very important and special when I got here.
We speak English. We are actually 5 hours by flight to Barbados. H&L should try getting direct flights from Ghana to the Caribbean. It will help make life very simple because then the integration will be better. You don't need a transit visa. You don't have to go to America. The last time I was going to Trinidad, I had to go to DC for 10 hours, 4 hours to Miami, and 3 hours to Trinidad. For a journey that I could have used 5 hours to Barbados and 30 minutes to Trinidad. So please, in your bid to grow the tourism space, consider trying to get Air Caribbeans to fly direct. Look, Ghanaians, we like traveling though. If there is a direct flight to the Caribbean, to Jamaica, do you know how many Ghanaians want to go to Jamaica? You will be amazed. So please, it's an opportunity that you could look into and see if you can get the Caribbean Airlines. As for Ghana, our airline, we used it for Domido. It's gone. So please consider linking the Caribbeans and here. It's not that far.
It's on the
America is further, so please look into it.
list. with all of the great, great information you share, I don't know why anyone wouldn't want to come here.
You should. You should. And the nightlife is exceptional. I didn't even go into that. And we have great food. I don't know what you have been eating, but you should try our food.
So this concludes my questions for you. I want to thank you so much for being here. Did you guys enjoy the answers and the information? So I just want to share one little quick thing. So I wanted to learn more about Mr. Saka and how awesome he is. I heard so many good things. And so like most of us do when we want to learn something, what do we do? Where do we look? Google, exactly. And so I did, and there was so many things. I'm like scrolling, right? There's so many awesome things being said, and he's so humble. And I walked up, I said, you're something like a big deal.
I have a new line I'll be saying when someone says, Google me, Google me.
Yeah, you can say, and listen, you will find stuff, okay? You will find stuff. But in my research, I came across an article written about you in Business World Ghana, and I just want to read a quote. It says, he believes being a Lone Ranger successful person is stressful, but pulling up many on the ladder of success takes pressure off of you and makes the world a better and happier place. I just want to say I've used it like 4 or 5 times since I've read that, because Kelly and I both share a similar passion in wanting to reach back and help others. So can you just share briefly how you came to this conclusion or this thought process in wanting to help others?
Okay, I'll need about 3 minutes for that. I want to tell you a short story. So I have 2 very close friends. Early 2010, 2011, 2012, we went somewhere, and I showed up in a 2011 Ford Escape. My other friend came with the dad's 1992 C-Class. And my other friend had a Passat or something, an old car. Then fast forward in 2015, we went somewhere. I showed up in the Toyota Sequoia, the big one. And my friend had a Passat, and my other friend still had the C-Class. I thought that wasn't right. So I asked them how much money they had saved. I took that money off them. I put it in a development, and we sold. We invested the money, we sold. Today, Today, 2023, my friends, these 2 friends, one drives the Land Cruiser V8, the one that we like in Ghana. That's his Playboy car. And his everyday car is the 2020 Honda Accord. The other one, and he's built his house. That's what house is there. Is that done? Not a mortgage. Built, paid for. He owns it. The other one drives a Prado, a Highlander, and has a Mustang convertible, the drop top. Why am I saying this? When I show up, I want the people around me to be like me. I don't want to show up and it's like I'm the only successful person in the group. It's stressful. Black Stars is playing a match in Madagascar on Sunday. Once I had it, I went online with the help of my assistant Bridget, found out how we can get the visa. I got it, I bought the ticket. I called my friend, I said, hey, let's go to Madagascar. Black Stars is playing. We can fly out Friday evening, we come back Tuesday. He says, okay, how much? I sent the agent, but he has paid. This evening we are going to Madagascar. That is how you should roll. Right. I say, Oh, there's a carnival in Trinidad. I call one of Ozu. Carnival, you go say yeah. But when imagine I didn't pull them along. I'll be going to Madagascar alone. To do what? But now it's 3 of us going together. I'll encourage you to make it your purpose in life to help others rise. Especially when you're at the top. Because this life, you don't know tomorrow. And no position is permanent. Today you are helping someone up. Maybe tomorrow that person you helped up will push you up. It's very key. And we have to be deliberate about it. If you are not deliberate about it, you'll miss it. Some of you are in positions where you can help people rise, and you are using those positions to rather stifle their progress and just cause unnecessary panic. Please, my fundamental principle in life is that together we rise. I have been living it for about 15 years, and sometimes these people that I help rise hurt me. They do things that you would not believe, but I still show up for them because I don't know the day I would need them. One day I might need them, and when that day comes, I expect that because I've been helping them, they will help me. I pray I never need them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You're a good man. Thank you. So this concludes this section. We're now going to move into our next section. So we're going to have the bio for the next speaker read. Thank you.
Oh, let's put our hands together for...
If you are looking for a home to buy, consider us. I forgot that. And for those of you sitting here who are living for America, it's my prayer that when you go, you make money, you come back and you establish entities here. And always remember that Saka Homes is available for you. If you remind me of this day, you get a 10% discount. Thank you.
Oh, 10% discount. Okay. Please, let's say a word of prayer. Can we close our eyes? Father, I want to go and watch the Madagascar game. Wait, they are taking selfies. Not heard the prayer. Shall we share a word of prayer? No, I'm praying. I know, but I'm praying. I want you to listen to a prayer. Father, I want to watch the game too this Sunday. Father, can you get me helpers? In the name of Jesus.
Father, Lord, show him your mercy. Let your grace abound in his account. That $3,000 he's keeping in the bank, let him take it out and use it for this experience. Look, guys, I've noticed that as Ghanaians, we don't live enough. We are always saving, and we are not investing in experiences. As they say, Sikanunya DB. When you make that money, spend some. So, I've been to 64 countries. That's all I've used my money for. I intend to see 100. Travel the world. It makes you see things differently. So, my guy, go bank, go come out the money, then make you go.
Oh, let's put our hands together for him. Okay, I'll go and take the money out. Yeah, I'm bringing the money. I'm bringing the money. Yeah, I'll bring the money. Let's put our hands together for them. Okay, all right. The next session is going to be a long one. That's what everybody really wants to hear. The visa types and how you can actually So we're going to take like a 5 minutes break. I want you to stretch because it's going to be a long sit. The washrooms are right the ushers will show you. So just 5 minutes and we are back. Those who want to use the washroom, you want to drink water, you can just quickly go outside. And then we'll start the next session, which is going to be a long one. There are different visa types. All right, so 5 minutes break. We'll be back in. In the meanwhile, we are going to get good music from... Okay, we have some snacks for sale. I think water too is for sale. You can pay something small for water. And the brothers are going to give us, is it the brother vibe or the vibe? Vibe, okay. They're going to get us good music, okay, within this 5 minutes. Get to know somebody. You might never know. You might meet your wife or your husband here. So feel free.
Although so good, although you will fatter, oh dear, that's you. Come and go so I miss you there. Although so good, although you will fatter, just see my soul, and so was a catamari. The order was so big, what I saw me there. All chance you need. Me feel maracuba, me tell her so sad, so yeah. Me say this is so me, on come me home, me show you. Me say that you be touching my soul, got a many, and so and my me chimney, me did me, oh, back a savior, my funny, you know. Way more changing me, or changing me, all the tears in my way. Papa Dan, and so I don't move back. Yes, baby, Japan, all the you fatter. Don't be shut up, take a shut up. Bingo, na me dear. Is it Do you wear? Vice Brothers. Aponuma, Easy Bill, Yamiro, Majosa, Funi, Atumago, Video, no pain, I don't think you see the same. Megawase, Bill, my own signature to us, my own signature to my own signature to us, my own signature to all the Serbia, all the Serbia people. Oh, you are young Tico Sossi, Uda Mobuju, Mire, young Tico Sossi, oh, did you be hello, hello, Bibawa, Leon, the Grammy, Mitiasi, Hora tomorrow, say you will go, Azama, do for your midday, yes, I'm got to us, yes, I'm got to us, yeah, don't inside you, yeah, don't inside you. Yeah, don't inside you. Yeah, don't inside you. Yeah, don't inside you. Yeah, don't see you. Sure. Sadiachi, no so, super say dear. When you more, I'm a near more. Sir, Bubu, I'm Places all the you do, the old man made it all. And into my, get me to my, baby, you're dancer, you're me America, Russia, made him back, Tonto, the year 2020, so soon my cousin, see you. Meko, I'm a water, you. Miss, I'm a water, you. Maybe I see better, no. Oh, hello, hello, Bibawa, Leon, hello, hello, Bibawa, Leon, you got me see, Mitiasi, Hora to our say you will go, Azama to Koyamine, yes, I got to us, yes, I got to us, yeah, don't inside you. 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 Inside. Vice Brothers. Yeah, yeah. Who me for fun, so me money want me. If it's a zero, seven, seven, so me. Never the same, but talk about me, yo. You sure to say no, mommy, breakfast in bed. I've had a good morning, oh, me, yeah. That's what I said. That's what I put, that's what I put. Yeah. On the ready, I got it, but yeah. Baby, I'm the no one can say me go. It's here the end if I don't worry there. And the other side of the soon, Joe. Tell me, tell me to me, bring to me, bring you to that. A day, hey, I'm so big, I'm a mini Garcia, and the
All right, let's put it together for the Vibe Brothers Band. Come on, let's put our hands together for them. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, just a recap for those who are just joining. HL Consult Group is a full-service firm that offers U.S. immigration, global tourism, and diaspora investment services. So you heard our brother Saka talking about the different investment opportunities you can probably have if you're thinking of investing in Ghana. And if you are in the States, things you can actually link or network with the States with respect to Ghana. And I mean, their team is really dedicated to helping families and individuals who really want to travel abroad, you know. And it's a headache of many, especially when you're dealing with agents. How many of you have suffered under the hands of some agents? You know, they tell you, okay, you bring this amount of money, we are going to work it out. They tell you, oh, we've held a spot for you, you know, and we are making sure you get this date. And you have to pay crazy money. You know, overall, the team is dedicated to giving a very great experience. We have great professionals who would give you expert advice as in how you to go about your travel plans. All right. So there are different visa categories. This is the part I love. And our next speaker is going to talk about the non-immigrant visas. She shared, we all know about the B1, B2. When you go, it's like they give you B1 or they give you a B2. If you're lucky, they add a 2, B1, B2. You know, and what is B1, what is B2? We have the F students visa, we have the J exchange visas visa, we have the R visa, different, and then the popular visa lottery. You know, I had a friend who won the visa lottery, has never got an appointment yet. Till date, he's not still got an appointment. All right, we have the O visa. So those of you who want to travel with the O visa, and we have the I visa. So we have somebody who's going to talk to us about it. She's going to spend extensive time to talk about it and give you some, you know, snippets. And after, see us in the office, and then you get a deal. All right, so can we hear the bio for the next speaker?
Karen is a licensed attorney in the state of New York and New Jersey. Karen's passion for immigration law stems from her own immigration experience. At the age of 9, she came to the United States from the Philippines and reunited with her family. She understands the challenges that many immigrants experience and has made it her mission to help unite families easily and effectively. Karen specializes in family-based immigrant and non-immigrant visas. She enjoys interacting with her clients and genuinely cares about the results for each and every one. She believes immigrants are what make America great and that every person should have access to legal representation regardless of income and immigration status. Karen received her Juris Doctor from Regent University School of Law, where she served as president of the Asian Pacific American Law Student Association. She received her bachelor's degree from William Patterson University in Wayne, New Jersey. She is a member of the New York State Bar Association and New Jersey State Bar Association. In her free time, she loves going back to the Philippines and spending time with her family. Welcome, Karen.
Thank you. All right, how's everyone doing? I need the energy up in here. All right, so this is my first time in Ghana, and everyone has been so welcoming, and it's been great. Ghanaians are so nice, so thank you guys for having me here and welcoming me to your beautiful country. All right, so Mr. Saka said to travel the world, and one thing you're gonna need is a visa. So I'm here to talk about non-immigrant visas. And non-immigrant visas are for foreign nationals wishing to enter the U.S. on a temporary basis. All right? I'm sure you guys are familiar with B1, B2, so I'll talk about it briefly as well. I'm also going to talk about the student visa, the religious visa, the O visa, and the I visa. All right. So a little fun fact, citizens of Ghana have a denial rate of 28%, which is lower than the average. So keep that in mind. All right. If we could go to the next slide. All right, so B1, B2 visa. So B1 is for traveling to the US on a business purpose. So whether you're conducting business such as negotiating a contract, settling an estate, And if you have a conference that you need to attend to, a B1 would be useful and would be the one that you would be eligible for. And then for the B2 visa, that one is for tourism. So if you want to go to the US to vacation, see New York, find out about the 13 colonies, find out about who the vice president is, then you're gonna you can use the B2 visa. But there's also now a category where you can do B1 and B2. So if you have business purpose and vacation purpose at the same time, you can apply under that category. Go back. Can we go back to the next? All right. This one?
Go to the slide that says requirements. That one, what do I need? Go back to before this.
That one, yeah. All right, so if you're applying for a B1 and B2 visa, what are you gonna need? First and foremost, you're gonna need a passport that's valid for 6 months on the date of your intended return. And you're gonna need proof of funds to cover the entire cost of the trip. So you gotta show you got money to pay for the entire trip. They're not gonna let you go to the US if you can't afford a flight back home, all right? And importantly, you need travel history. So travel history refers to other countries that you've been to. The US wants to know that you've been to other countries and you came back to your home country, okay? So that's very big, and it's very important to have collected travel history throughout, the last 10 years, 5 years. And another major one, and this is what I've seen people get denied for their visa, is that they don't show substantial ties to their home country. So substantial ties just means you intend to return to your home country. So that could be evidence that you're employed and you're returning to your employment in your home country. Evidence that you have family in Ghana and you're gonna come back to Ghana to your family. So you have to prove major substantial ties. That's a very, very big one, and I see a lot of denials because they don't have enough evidence to prove that.
So I want to do a quick quiz. I need 2 volunteers. Don't be shy. Just 2 people. Come up here quickly.
Come on, let's go.
Encourage him, yes. I need 1 more person.
It's not knowledge-based, so we're not going to quiz you if you know the president or not. So, anybody else?
Thank you.
Yes.
So what we want to show you is that when you go or when you come to our office, or if you decide to use an agent, that agent should be able to tell you your level of risk for the visa that you're applying for. I always say U.S. immigration is not a guessing game. When you bring your documents to us, when you speak to us, when we know about your prior history, we can usually tell you 85% of the time if you're going to get that visa. And if we know that you're not going to get it, we're not going to file it, because that's going to impact you even more. So I'm going to ask these questions, and I want to see how well you can spot if this person, what are their chances? Are they likely to get a B1, B2 visa, or are they less likely to get that visa? Okay? Can we give them a mic? Okay. So what is your name?
Nana Budu.
Speak up.
Nana Budu.
Okay. And where's your passport from?
Ghana.
And do you have a job?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I'm an entrepreneur. I have a business that supplies computer accessories and computers, and also interactive touchboards.
Give him a hand. Good job. How long you been working? How long have you had your own business?
2 years.
How many employees do you have under you?
5.
Is your business virtual, or do you have an office here?
I have an office.
Do you have a spouse?
Yes.
Are you legally married to your spouse?
Yes, I am.
You gotta ask. Okay? You never know. All right? Do you own property in Ghana?
Nah, I don't.
And you want to go to the United States?
Yeah.
Okay. And what do you want to do in the U.S.?
I want to join my spouse.
You want to what?
Join my spouse.
I'm going to stop the conversation here. Would he get a visa? Why not? Is he a high risk or a low risk? Why? All right. So if you went to an agent, or if you come to us and you tell me that, I will tell you, do not ever say that. So is your spouse in the United States?
Yeah, she is.
Okay. So we wouldn't even tell you to apply for a B2.
I don't qualify to stand here, actually.
Do you already have a green card?
No.
Okay. So his spouse is in the U.S. Your spouse is an American citizen? So there's another application that Melissa will talk about. I think so. We can help you get to your spouse. We can help you and your spouse reunite. Yes, seriously. So an inexperienced agent will go ahead and file the B1, B2 application when, as a spouse of a United States citizen, he has a right to be in the United States because he is what is considered an immediate relative. So what happens when they file the B1, B2? He gets denied, and then he cries. He looks for somebody. He looks for someone, looks for help all over, can't find nobody. And then he finds us, and then he tells us, I've been denied before. We ask why. And we see that you've been denied because somebody filed a B1, B2, right? Now, what we'll do is tell you, you should have never filed that in the first place. You should just came to us. You shouldn't have gone to anyone else. And what happens now is that the burden of proof for your I-130, it's a little bit more scrutinized. Because in the application, they're going to ask, have you had prior denials? So those are the things that we are trying to avoid. So I don't even need to go through the rest of this to know if you're high risk or low risk. Yeah, somebody else. Give them a hand. You want to do this one?
All right, so where's your passport from?
From Ghana.
From Ghana, okay. Do you have a job?
Yes, please.
All right, do you have a spouse?
Yes, please.
Living in Ghana or the U.S.?
Yeah, Ghana.
Ghana, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Do you own property in Ghana?
Not yet.
Okay. And what is your reason for visiting the U.S.?
For a conference.
For a conference?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, and are you applying from Ghana?
Yes, please.
Okay. In the past, have you traveled internationally?
No, please.
No, you haven't traveled anywhere outside the country?
No, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. And is this conference related to your current job?
Yes, please.
And how is it related?
Okay, I'm a social studies teacher and I deal with everything around the environment. So actually, I'm a member of the Youth Climate Council, YCC Ghana, and we study things about climate change and so on and so forth. And the conference I'm about to go is for a climate change conference.
What position at your job do you hold?
I'm a facilitator.
And, sorry, I can't see this question.
Have you been denied, have you applied for a visa before?
No, please.
Okay.
So what do you guys think? High risk or low risk? You guys are like becoming experts now. Look at everybody, high risk, low risk. Everybody got an opinion now. Okay. What's the ages of your children?
I have 9 years and then 7.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
9 years and 7?
And they're in school here?
Their school here? And then...
Yes, please.
Okay. So she falls a little bit medium, but her children, is a substantial tie to this country, and your husband as well, right?
Yes, please.
And you have a home?
Yes, please.
Okay. So when we hear something like this, what we will do is that we will present to you your best options, and we'll tell you the ideal documents that you would need. So it's in a situation like this, we want to present the strongest evidence possible so that it looks like you'll come back. Your children are young. You know, most mothers are not going to travel somewhere and leave their children. If she was a dad, then it would have been looked at differently. But because she's a mom, so when you go to that interview, they ask, are you coming back? Of course, my children need me. And that would trigger their heartstrings, because most moms are not going to do that. But we will coach you, and we will let you know the best documents that you need so that you'll be able to return back. I'm sorry, fathers, that's just the way it is sometimes.
And she also said that she's never traveled outside of Ghana before, but she has time to do that, right? So before she applies, she can do that to build up her travel history and then apply.
Exactly. So that's another thing that we do too, because what I find, a lot of people want to go from step A to step Z, and that's what gets you scammed, right? Because you're like, I want to go so badly, I'm going to pay whatever it takes. You don't want to hear that sometimes you need experience to get to where you're going to. So when you're hasty, it actually delays you more than if you would take the time to just wait and just go somewhere else. Go to South Africa. South Africa is very friendly to Ghanaians. It requires a visa for you to get in, and it shows the United States that you're able to leave the country, able to come back. Dubai is another country that's very friendly for Ghanaians. So you build up your travel history, and then you get to where you want to be. For someone like you, there was something I wanted to say to you. I cannot even remember now. When I remember, I'll say it. But there's something else that would qualify you, and I'll talk to you about that later when it comes to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Anybody else want to go on the line? All right. So. Okay. All right. All right. Can we go back to the pre-book? Thank you. All right, sir. Where's your passport from?
Ghana.
Ghana. Okay. Do you have
Yes, please. No.
Do you have kids?
No, please.
Oh.
Not yet. Very high risk.
All right, so sir, no. And what is your purpose for traveling the U.S.?
For a conference.
For a conference?
Yeah.
Okay, same conference as her? No.
No.
No, I'm kidding. All right, and you're applying from Ghana. Have you traveled in the past before?
Yes, please.
How many countries have you been at in the last 5 years?
Just to India.
Just one?
Just one.
Okay. And have you applied before for a
No,
visa?
no.
No? Okay. So what do you guys think? High risk, low risk? High.
Do you have family in the United States?
No.
Okay.
But I have friends.
Okay. So in his case, I think he has a high risk just because, so he doesn't have a spouse, he doesn't own property in Ghana. Not that
But
that's a bad thing, not that that's a bad thing.
What if you work with a government institution?
Oh, you work
That
for a
is
government
yes.
institution, okay.
And it's a conference from the institution.
And what would the conference be for?
Okay, with my ministry, we are into governance, so maybe that's a political conference or something. So
okay.
yeah.
For the ministry?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or okay, let me take it like this. Let's say I am going for a tourist, like just to visit. I've taken a leave for 1 month. I want to go and see the US just to relax and come back.
Okay.
How about that?
I mean, everybody does, right? He's still very high risk.
Because you have to overcome that substantial tie to your home country. That's the part.
I work here. I can give you documentations for my work, my appointment letter. I can get a letter from my superior. So from the government of Ghana, I can get a letter for you. So why high risk?
So
I have money to pay for I have money to pay for my hotel, my tourists, whatever. I have money to do that. I'll show you my bank account. So why high?
It's high, but there are things we can do to lower it. And it's I love that you said that you can get a letter for the government. There are people who do that. They get letters from congressmen and women in the United States, and guess what? The embassy doesn't care, right? It doesn't strengthen your application one way or the other. There are certain criteria that the United States look for, and it's a checklist. You can get a letter from whoever you want to, unless the president himself is letting you come into the country. Letters from senators, governors, usually do not mean anything. If you've been given a visa, it's because you can prove those things and not because of that letter. So now you'll get a letter, and let's say you entered, and now somebody else is going to try it, and then they get denied. It's because they haven't overcome the hump, which is substantial ties. And when they give you the denial letter, they tell you exactly why they deny you, and they show you the code in the statute, and I'll leave it for you to interpret it. So you're walking away, and the visa agent is telling you, oh, you didn't interview well, something else, but the denial, the reason is right there. So that hump for substantial ties is really important, very, very important. But like I said, there are things that we can do and advise you so that the risk could be lower.
Thank you very much.
All right, so for B1, B2, we can help you guys apply for B1, B2. We can help submit the strongest application for you. Like we said, we'll look through what evidence you've got and see what else we can get, whether it's from your employer, a letter from your employer, whether we need to tell you that you need to build up your travel history. Again, we are determined to submit the strongest application so you don't get denied the first time. And second, we will prep you for your interview from a former consular officer. We'll do a 30-minute video prep call and practice questions and know which documents to bring to your interview. And lastly, if you get denied, which you won't if you work with us, but if you have to reapply, we will help you with the reapplication. All right, so next visa is the student visa, which is also known as the F1 visa. It allows the student to temporarily live in the US while studying, whether at college, high school, middle school, elementary school, seminary, or conservatory. It's all about studying, so it's not limited to just college. All right, so the requirements for an F1 visa, first and foremost, the US has a list of SEVP approved schools, and you have to apply to one of those schools, get in, and be admitted. And then you have to also be enrolled as a full-time student at that school. You must be proficient in English, or be enrolled in courses leading to English proficiency. You also have, this is very important, you have to prove that you have sufficient financial funds to cover the cost of your stay in the US and of your schooling. And again, this is important as with the B1 and B2 visa, you have to prove you have ties to your home country. You have to show the US that after you're studying, you will go back to your home country. Because again, this is a non-immigrant visa, meaning it's just a temporary visa for you to study in the US.
So I just want to take a quick moment to acknowledge our educational specialist. Can you just raise your hand? Clap for him because he's very good at what he does. And you're going to need him. So he's been very instrumental in this effort. I believe this fall, is it? You're sending 14 students to the United States. Clap for that. Right? And there are also scholarship opportunities for students as well. We help you find scholarships in the United States and help you get that approval that you need for your student visa. So we have the best that's working with us on that initiative. 14 is a lot, I've had some calls from a few people since I've been here, and they've got denied so many times. But by the grace of God, our educational specialist is doing the Lord's work, and we're able to send 14 Ghanaians to the United States this fall.
All right, so the next visa we have is an R1 visa. The R1 visa is for ministers, non-ministers, and religious vocations who can come to the U.S. temporarily to work in a religious capacity.
How many pastors are here? How many religious workers are in this room today? Raise your hand. Be proud. You serve a good God. Come on, you serve a great God. Raise your hand. How many of you have heard of this visa? One person. Okay, keep going.
So the general eligibility for this visa is that the non-citizen who's coming to the U.S. has to be working part-time. So that is at least 20 hours per week, and the work has to be a minister or in a religious vocation occupation, so in a religious capacity. And you have to be employed by either nonprofit religious organization in the U.S., a religious organization that's authorized by a group tax exemption holder, or a nonprofit organization which is affiliated with a religious denomination in the U.S. And most importantly, to qualify, you have to have been a member of that religious denomination for at least 2 years who has the affiliation with the nonprofit religious organization in the U.S.
I was talking to a friend yesterday, and this is one of the most underused visas. I talked to a friend yesterday who works in immigration in the United States, and he said to me, he said it's better off that they apply for this visa than try to apply for a B1, B2. The reason why, if all of you are applying for B1, B2, a lot of you are going to get denied because there are caps on the United States visas. There are only so much visas to give. So if no one is applying for this, and you're all applying for the B1, B2, then you're going to get more denials. We want you to apply in the category that is strongest for your profession and strongest for your family. So one person heard of this, and now all of you know about it. So tell your pastor to come to us to get a consult so we can send them to the U.S. in an R1 visa.
All right. So the next visa is the O visa. It's for individuals who possess extraordinary ability in the sciences, arts, education, or business or athletics. And they've demonstrated a record of extraordinary achievement in motion picture, television industry, and has been recognized nationally or internationally for those achievements. So the O visa, it's held in a high regard with the citizen that's applying for it. So you must meet the requirements for it. You have to have international acclaim, awards to prove that, and news articles to prove that. And yeah, so it's basically, you can use it if you have a concert coming up in the US, and you need to go to the US to attend that concert, right? You could also be an actress. If you have a movie that's being filmed in the US, you would use this visa.
So again, why this is important is because, of course, we have people here in Ghana that are actors, actresses, musicians, and then what happened is that they fill out the B1, B2, and they probably would get approved because they can prove the funds, they can prove substantial ties. Then they go to the United States and they start working on the B1, B2. And then that is, you do not do that at all, right? So if you go to an agent and you tell them, I want to go to the United States, I'm going to do some work as an actor, or I'm going to sing at a concert, and they give you a B1, B2, and you work on that visa, that's a penalty. And sometimes it comes with a bar. So you want to make sure, in the industry, you want to make sure that you're applying for the right visa. So this visa can allow you to make the profits that you would get from your talent. Why is this important to the U.S. government? What the U.S. government cares about is taxes, right? On a B1, B2, they can't tax you. On this one, you're legally able to work for that period of time that you're there, and they're able to get their tax from what you've earned. Okay?
All right, so the next visa is the I visa, and it's visas for members of the foreign media, press, and radio. Next slide.
So like a lot of you here that's holding the cameras.
Yeah.
You people from Net2, Truth TV if you're here, GH Hyper, like this is the type of visa that would be applicable to you all.
Next slide. All right, so the I visa is very specific. The U.S. is very specific on who qualifies for this visa. So it could be an employee of a foreign information media, an employee of an independent production company, a member of the foreign media, a journalist working under contract, a foreign journalist traveling to the U.S. to report on a U.S. event, an accredited representative of a tourist bureau, and an employee of an organization that distributes technical industrial information who work in the U.S. office of that organization. So as you can see, it's very specific and you must meet those to qualify for it.
How many of you have heard of 2 or more of those visas that we mentioned? That's why we're here. That's exactly why we're here. So if you have questions, about any of these visas, just make sure that you write down your questions. I don't know where the paper is, but one of the ushers will let you know where the paper is. Or can we give them some paper? You write down your questions and then you drop your question in the box. And then the second half of the segment will be answering more in-depth questions for you. Okay? Have a pen? Okay. So yes, if we can get them paper so that they can write down their questions that they have for us on this segment.
All right, so that's all I have for non-immigrant visas, and and I'll invite the host up here to do the next section.
All right. Okay. All right. So, who wins the Apple Watch? Before we go to the next segment, and who wins the what? Okay. So, hey, if you want to enter, I'm going to give you the last chance. If you want to enter this draw, you need to, should I say, purchase a ticket? Yes, a donation. Let's call it a donation. So you're giving a donation. All right. So the first donation is 100 Ghana cedis. It qualifies you to win an Apple Watch, and then the AirPod, the very latest AirPod. And then if you give 150 Ghana cedis, you know we didn't charge for this gathering. We didn't have like a gate fee registration of a sort. So this qualifies you to win the latest iPhone 14, all right? So we are going to see now who is going to change the status of their phone. The what? Yeah. The watch is going to be first. And I see her bringing, are you bringing the watch or the phone? You have it all. All right. I hear somebody has entered like 10 times. So the person gave 1,000 Ghana cedis. Same name. Okay, so if you want a last minute ticket to buy, please raise your hand. The tickets are there. I'm just going to put my hand inside and do that, shake it a bit, and then, pull one person's ticket out. Okay, we are waiting for the watch. B1, B2. All right. Are we done? Are we done? Okay, so who wins the iPhone? the watch, and then the airport. All right. Okay. All right. Hey, Charlie, people are buying tickets, so. So don't worry, if you don't get an iPhone, if you don't get a watch, what you did was helped the event. Can I feel the yes? Give me Mashataya. Can I see this one? Please, can you get her another phone? Hey! Oh, she needs a mic. Please, so if you bought a ticket, this is the time to start speaking in tongues.
This is now your prayer time to pray that you win. Okay,
Right.
so there's no more takers. No one else wants to enter. I don't want to leave anybody out. We're good? Okay. So to make you guys feel and understand that it's not rigged. This is not rigged at all. So I'm going to have one of the audience members come and pick the winning ticket.
For which one? Is it the
For
iPhone?
the watch.
The watch.
And the AirPod.
It's together.
It's together.
So they're taking this home.
So this ticket, you get both things. So let me see.
Please, how much does the watch cost? How much is it? About $400, and this costs about $200. So this is 6,000 Ghana cedis. For giving 100 Ghana cedis, we're giving about 7,000 cedis out.
Yes.
Wow. Please, can I pay 7,000? All right. Who wins?
So
All right.
can I have a volunteer from the audience who wants to come? Okay, I saw you. You can come.
By thunder, by fire. If you don't pick my name. All right. Can we get music, background, just, build a hype for us?
Who can give me a drum roll?
Hey, Charlie. You are going to change somebody's destiny. So you better pick well.
Ready? Close your eyes.
Charlie.
Put your hand down. Just close your eyes. And play.
Close your eyes. Make a wish. It doesn't have. Okay. Whew. So look at your watch now. I know it's there, but it's about to change. All right. So who's going to mention a ticket number for me? Who's going to do that? Okay.
All right.
And the winner is
ticket number 523037.
The person should scream. Oh.
Do we have a winner? If they're not here, they don't win. We're going to go back in the box. Again, it's 523037. Hey! Woo!
I need to see the watch you are wearing. Is it a smartwatch? It's a smartwatch. You don't need one. It's a Samsung. Did you use an iPhone? Hey. All right, so we're going to give Kelly the... All right. Hey. You are not expecting it. If you are not expecting it, I need AirPods. Oh, this is the second one?
No.
Let's make sure it's the same. 5, 2 years. It's the same thing.
Congratulations.
But this one is torn. Charlie, this one is the grand one. Hey, Charlie, the way you're briefing, Let me see your phone. Oh, after her presentation. Oh no, Charlie, the way you hype people right now. All right. Okay, after the next presentation, are you ready to have the? Are you ready to read? Okay, good. All right. So the next presentation is going to be from Melissa. She's going to be talking about the I-30. Yeah, Charlie, the popular I-30. Yes, the fiancé's visa. That is those of you who are pretending you have, like our brother. It's not a fiancé, right? That's your wife. So I don't even know why you are sitting here. Yeah. Okay. Report child's birth at the consulate. The citizenship, adult and children, the green card, the green card, and then the employment-based visa, and then the immigrant religious worker visa. So these are the categories. When you're done hearing about her bio, the next voice you're going to hear is Melissa.
Originally from Haiti, Melissa migrated to the United States, where she is currently a law student at Regent University School of Law. Melissa Lucien is a motivational speaker, self-published author, and philanthropist. She's also the CEO and founder of Melon Spirit LLC, a multifaceted company that provides youth empowering mentorship programs, business structure and management, and translation services. Throughout her career, she has remained a fervent advocate for the immigrant community and her home country. She competed in many beauty pageants, including but not limited to Miss Haiti, Florida, and Miss World International. She caught the attention of many with her interviews with the Miami Herald, Canvas Rebel, Ayiba Post, and her participation at the Haitian Living Abroad Symposium with the National Alliance for the Advancement of Haitian Professionals. Melissa worked as a paralegal and then operations manager at an immigration law firm, giving her advanced insight into different aspects of the life of immigrants. She is also an immigration legal intern at the Hazelwood Lawrence PLLC and the Bayonne Firm LLC. She aspires to become an immigration attorney and activist, impacting the world one immigrant at a time.
Good afternoon, Ghana. I don't hear you. Okay, I need energy. Good afternoon, Ghana. Thank you. As you heard in my bio, I am originally from Haiti. And there's this theory that Haiti was a part of Africa, and then at some point we were sent over by the waters. I am so happy and so excited to be in the motherland. It is my first time in Africa, and I must thank the HL Consulting Group for having me here and be part of your wonderful culture and your wonderful country. So thank you. I'm going to start with my presentation, but before I go in depth about each of these different immigrant visas, I want to emphasize that the non-immigrant visas that you were presented with were visas that you use to go in the United States, you visit, and then you come back home. With the immigrant visas, you get to go in the United States and stay a longer period of time or get your green card. First, we have the I-130, then we have the fiancé visa, and actually, let me ask this. How many of you have heard of the I-130 before? Okay, I have a few. What about fiancé visa? Okay, a little more. What about report child's birth at consulate or citizenship for adults and children? Okay, a little more people. And who have heard of the religious worker visa? Okay, not the one we just talked about. Not the one we just talked about. This is an actual visa to go in the United States and stay there. Okay, we're going to start with the I-130 petition. With the I-130 petition, we call it the petition for a relative, right? This is when you have somebody who lives in the United States who can apply for you so you can go ahead and move with them. With this type of form, it is the I-130 form. That's why we call it an I-130 petition. When you have somebody in the United States, there are different categories, right? If I can have the next slide, please. There are different types of relative. There is what we call an immediate relative. This is the people that you can apply for, I would say first, kind of they have priority, because this would be the spouse, the parent, the child unmarried under the age of 21. And for someone who can apply for you, this person has to be a United States citizen, right? Or a United States resident. And when we're talking about resident, we're not talking about they're just living there. We're talking about somebody who holds their green card. We also have the non-immediate family relative. This would be for siblings, married child under or over the age of 21. When we say married child under or over the age of 21, once the child is married, right, it doesn't matter how old they are. They automatically become non-immediate relative, as well as unmarried children who are over 21. So if you have a child who is under 21, then they will be your immediate relative. However, once they are over 21, it doesn't matter whether or not they are married, then they become non-immediate relative. Let's speak about the K-1 visas. The K-1 visa is when you are engaged to somebody who is a United States citizen, and this person can apply for you, right? This is not when you get married with the person, right? This is what we were talking about, the I-130. So if you're not married yet, then you are with the K-1 visa. With the K-1 visa, the first step is to have a United States citizen fiance, right? If you don't have a fiance, you can get a K-1 visa. And once you...
Just go find one.
Oh, yes, please don't. Because this is, we mentioned with the other visas, if you go there and you tell immigration that you're going to visit, you can't just go and work. And it's the same thing. You can't just go and marry someone or get engaged to somebody just for the sake of immigration purposes. With the K-1 visa, okay, thank you. With the K-1 visa, once you apply, right, and if you are granted this visa and you go into the United States, you must get married to the person within 90 days. It's not a, oh, we get engaged and I go into the United States and, you know, okay, bye, we're not together anymore. It doesn't work this way. You must get married to the person within 90 days. Also, if when you get to the United States, you get married within 90 days, then you can apply for your green card. For the I-130, you realize I did not mention that you will apply for your green card because it is a completely different process, right? You start with the I-130, but then this is how you go to the consular processing and go to your interview, and this is why we're here, right? If you want to do an I-130, don't just go and Google I-130 and try to fill it out yourself, because it doesn't work this way. So you want to make sure that you speak to somebody who is an expert. Just hands. Just saying, I'm just saying, there are a few in this room. You make sure you talk to these people, and they will help you through your process, because both with the I-130 and with the K-1 visa, you must prove that you have a bona fide relationship with your partner, meaning that you are not just with this person for one day and then next thing you know you want to get married or you're engaged. You want to show that you have a certain relationship with this person. You want to show that you have been with this person and you really intend to spend your life together. And this is where we come in, because now we're going to help you collect the proper documents. We're going to help you build a very strong case, so when immigration sees it, they do not have any questions, because now if there are questions, you go to your interviews and you have issues, and further down the line, it's going to be even more of a problem, okay? Next slide, please. With a consulate report of birth, this is when a U.S. citizen or a non-U.S. national, when we talk about non-citizen national, I'm so sorry, this is when the person doesn't necessarily live inside the United States, because the United States have other countries that if you live there, technically you're you're a U.S. national, if that makes sense. And if you have a child overseas, you can report their birth to the U.S. consulate. That's when let's say you're American and you've been living in a different country. It's not enough that you're just American. You have to show that you still have a life there, or you actually live there, or you actually care about the United States. It's not, oh, I was born in the U.S., I'm American, my child should be American too. No, there has to be a certain relationship between you and the United States. And when you go to the embassy, you will declare the birth of your child, and in this way, you can get the consular report of birth abroad, and then we will also help you, not only with this, but also if you need a passport for your child, because when you have a child and the child is American, then you will get an American passport. But you cannot get an American passport if the child is not declared being born abroad from a United States citizen.
I just want to just insert something here, because one thing that I found a lot in practice, and we call them anchor babies in the United States. And that basically means that someone from another country, one way or the other, they've gotten into the United States and they got pregnant and they gave birth in the United States. And then what do? They take the child back to the country, right? And they're happy because the child is a United States citizen. And they think after that they have to do nothing else. So the United States is very smart. So there are things that you have to do to keep that child's citizenship. And there's a myth that I want to debunk, that if you have a child in the United States, that automatically makes you a citizen. It is absolutely not true. So we do find a lot of people who would come to the U.S., give birth, and say, well, my child is a citizen, so I now can be a citizen. And that's not how it works, because I don't know how many of you were watching the news during the Trump era. Like, they would separate you from your child and not care about it. What they care about is their citizen. So they will keep that child in their country, and then you have to fend for yourself unless you can show them a reason, clear and convincing, that you should stay in the United States with your child. And I believe it's extreme hardship if you were separated. Another thing that I see is that U.S. citizens living in other countries, so let's say Ghana, because we're here, right? And you've been living here for a while. So let's go back to the anchor baby. The anchor baby grows up in Ghana. The anchor baby travels back and forth to the U.S., and the anchor baby maybe done some studies in the United States. So for a total of their life, the anchor baby maybe have been in the United States less than 6 months throughout their whole life. Now that person has a child in this country or whatever country they're at, and they want to now report the birth of that child to the consulate. And then they're surprised because the United States government is like, well, the child's not a citizen even though you're a citizen. So even if you were born in the U.S. and you have not grown up in the United States, there are things that you have to do, as Melissa said. You have to maintain some type of contact, some type of residence with the United States for them to see that you have been contributing to the country. So whether it's filing taxes, how do I file tax? We can help you form an LLC that will help you have a business in the U.S. and you can file taxes through there. Maintain a residence. These are things that you have to do. So when you show the U.S. that, hey, I may live abroad, but I still invest here, I still pay my taxes here, which is big, then when you have a child here, that gives them more of a right to then get that passport automatically. And if they don't get the passport automatically, another thing that we're going to talk about is how then can they receive a United States passport, I guess, throughout the time since their mom or their dad is a United States citizen.
So I also want to emphasize that this is an intensive workshop, right? We're giving you a lot of information. We're giving you the basic information. So don't take it as legal advice to you specifically, right? If you want a legal advice, that's when you come to see us and make sure you get a consultation so you know exactly how we would work on your specific case. Citizenship for adults and children. So for citizenship, there are two different types of application. There is the N400 and the N600. They are very similar. However, with the N400, you get to become a United States citizen if you had a green card. right? And with the N600, you can get a certificate that proves you become a U.S. citizen as a child. This is what Attorney Hazelhood was just talking about. You apply it with the N600, and we will help you build the case that you need. To make sure that you prove that you are in fact the child of a United States citizen. With the N400, however, they have different requirements, right? There is a continuous presence for the N400, meaning you have to remain in the United States for a certain period of time. There are major differences as far as how you entered the United States, how you got your green card, and this is where we will come in because it's different time requirements, right? You don't just, oh, I got my green card, let me apply for my citizenship. No, it depends. If you married a United States citizen, then you have to reside in the United States for a certain period of time. If you got your green card through a different mean, then you will need to have been in the United States for at least 5 years. In this 5 years, we will help you calculate it based on your travel history. We will go through it. And if there are any discrepancies, that's when we will help you explain it to immigration to make sure that you don't have any issues.
So let me just chime in again, because another thing that I see is that, okay, so let's say you get this 90-day fiance, you get married, you get the green card. You go to the United States, you're like, man, I hate this country. I can't move around the way that I want to move around. I don't like the food. So now you're like, I'm going to live in Ghana majority of the times, and then I'm just going to travel to the United States 2 weeks out of the year, right? So now you have a green card, and you're happy. But then you're like, I want to become a citizen. So then you come to us, and we have to prove what she said, which is the continuous presence. But you only been to the United States 2 weeks out of the year. So what happens now is that it makes your case harder for you to get citizenship. So it's not just enough for you to get the green card. If your goal is citizenship, it's just not enough for you to get the green card, leave the United States, live in Ghana for 8 months, 9 months, and then go to the United States 3 weeks out of the year. The only time that I guess when you go in the interview, the immigration officer, so as attorneys, what we would have to prove, for you to overcome that, you would have to prove that there is a hardship that is keeping you in Ghana. And the standard is very high. The standard is clear and convincing evidence that you would have to prove. And then further, it is in the discretion of the immigration officer then to approve you or to deny. So it's not like this statute or this right that says, okay, now I've proven it. If the officer, if he has something bad for breakfast, if he doesn't like your tie, he can just deny and be like, well, I don't want you to become a citizen. No, it's true, seriously. Like, they do things like that. So when you get your green card, I urge you to keep renewing it and don't let it lapse. Don't live in Ghana for 10 months. Like, Ghana's still going to be here. If your goal is to get citizenship, do what you need to do to get to that point.
And as we're here, as we're starting here, as we're being part of your community, we want to help you. However, we believe in a God who is a miracle worker, but we are not miracle workers. So please make sure that, yes, so make sure that if you have questions, let's say your goal is citizenship and you have your green card and you're unsure how long you have left, or if there's any issue with how you have been, come see us. We'll make sure we answer your questions. So the attorney spoke about renewing your green card and keeping your green card. When the United States give you a green card, the idea is that you're going to reside in the United States with your permanent residence card, right? However, sometimes you can still want to come back home and spend some time back home. And when you want to renew your green card, this form will be the I-90. There are a few things that you need to keep in mind. First thing, you don't want to let your green card expire while you're outside of the United States. Because when you're going into the United States, that's the one thing they're going to want to see, your green card. If it expires, then you're in a whole lot of trouble. Just don't let it happen. And when it comes to renewing it, you have to, not letting it expire means renewing it before the expiration date. However, for you to renew it, it has to be 6 months before the expiration date, right? So if it's going to expire in June, you want to start getting at it since January. because this is when it opens. The earlier, the better. You don't want to wait a long time, and next thing you know, there's an issue and you don't have the money. We're not even going to do that, okay? We're going to start early as 6 months before your expiration date. Traveling to the United States, the attorney mentioned how you don't want to come here and stay for 10 months and then you go back. A lot of time, the United States will ask you a question. If you're outside for too long, when you're traveling, they will hold you at the border and ask you questions. And when I say border, I'm not talking about just when you're going by land. When you get to the airport, they will ask you, why have you been out for so long? So you want to make sure that you remain within less than 6 months, right? You travel back and forth if this is where you want to be, right? You don't want to be outside of the United States for more than 6 months, because now you go to the airport and you have issues, and then you have to deal with a whole lot of other stuff that you don't want to deal with. Because with immigration, sometimes you do have situations where if you're dealing with an officer who was just having a bad day, then you're going to be having a bad day too. I'm so sorry, but you will. So you want to make sure that you avoid these issues if you can. And you can do that by traveling within less than 6 months. If you can do it every 3, 4, 5 months, but just don't reach the 6 months, because then they start asking more questions. Maintain your residence. How do you maintain your residence in the United States if you're outside of the United States for 3, 4, 5 months out of the year, or every once in a while? One of the ways is filing taxes. This is one of the biggest ways that you can maintain your residence, because it is assumed that if you're filing taxes and you're paying taxes in the country, then you do have your residence there, as well as starting an LLC. Let's say you're not working there. If you work virtually, perfect. But if you don't, then you can start an LLC, and you file taxes with your LLC, and your LLC will be under your name, and we will provide these documents to immigration. And in a lot of cases, you will need to explain it, because it's not always the case where you just send it and immigration understands. That's why sometimes they will send a request for evidence. And I know it is within the immigrant community, there is this idea that, oh, I can just do it by myself. Or I can just file this form. But a lot of time when you send it, immigration will send you a request for evidence. And now you're stressing and you're saying, oh, Lord, what's going on? This is why it is important to have attorneys, legal experts represent you. So when this comes back, if it ever comes back, which it shouldn't if you come to us, but if it does, then we will help you make sure that we provide the documents and we provide everything that they need so you don't have any issues.
And speaking of that, in our years of practice, we've only had one case, and that's recently, where they've asked us for more evidence, and that's because they changed the law. And that's another thing that's important too. When you're going to people who are filling these applications for you, the immigration process in the United States, the immigration law, it's progressive. And as an attorney, I have to keep up with it. I have to take courses, so I have to know those things. So the person that's doing your application, they have to know when the law changes. And even myself, I got so busy, we didn't realize that the law changed. And they asked us for a request for more evidence for one of our green card application, because now instead of doing your medical exam at or right before the interview, they now want it ahead of time when you submit the application. So since we've been doing it, we haven't had any green card denials. Matter of fact, we haven't had any denials, and we've only had one request for evidence, and that was recently. So we really know what we're doing. That's what separates us. We know what we're doing. We have the experience, and we will get you the results that you need. I just want to say one more thing. We've been throwing around this term LLC, and I don't know how many of you are familiar with that. To us, it might be common, but do you guys know what an LLC is? Yeah. Yes? No? Okay, I'm not hearing a lot. So basically, an LLC is a type of business in the United States. And even as a foreign national, you can register a business under an LLC. So some of you might be like, oh, I don't have a business, I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter. You form an LLC, you put it in your name, you can even be an LLC. So what the business does, it gives you freedom to then be able to file the taxes that we're talking about. So for example, if I have a client that lives in Ghana, majority of the times, but he has a he has a green card, and he doesn't have an employer in the United States. In order for him to file taxes, he would need to have an employer in the United States called a W-2, and he will file taxes that way. But since he doesn't have that, he can form an LLC, and he can file his own taxes through the business, which will show the United States that he still has ties to the United States. So that's what we mean when we say start an LLC.
there are a lot of other ways where you can show that you have maintained your residence. This is where you get into the more creative side, and that's where legal advice comes in. So that's where you will come to our office, and we'll make sure we work on that for you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, employment-based visa. That is where if you live in a different country, let's say you're in Ghana, and you want to live and work in the United States for a specific amount of time, right? This is not where you just get a visa, you go and you visit. This is where you go and you stay there and you work for a specific company. And there is the EB visa and the H-1B visa. For the H-1B, it only requires that you have your bachelor's degree. Okay, that's when you go to college, you have your degree, then you will qualify for H-1B based on, of course, other circumstances as well. But the EB, we will see different types of EB. For them, you need to have advanced degree or exceptional ability in the sciences, arts, or business. That means it's not just your bachelor's. That means, did you get a master's? Did you get a PhD? What have you done? What experiences do you have? What exactly makes you, I don't want to say special because we're all special, but what makes you stand out for everybody else who is working in this field? Next slide. Okay, so the different types of employment-based visas. So we know it's EB, just know it's from 1 through 5, okay? EB1, EB2, all the way to 5. For each one of them, you will see that there are preferences, meaning there are specific things that they look for. If you have extraordinary qualities in sciences, arts, education, business, or athletics, outstanding professors or researchers, and multinational executive and managers, then you will qualify for the EB1. However, if you just have the advanced degree or with exceptional ability in the art, science, or business, then you will qualify for EB2, and so on and so forth. One thing also that we want to keep in mind is one of the big questions is, how are you bringing something to the country, right? Because these expertise that you have, these extraordinary abilities that you have, you're bringing it to the United States. And we want to make sure that we can show that you have these extraordinary abilities. For the EB3, we're talking about professionals, skilled workers, and other workers. And for the EB4, we will talk about this a little more. This is more special immigrants or certain religious workers. And when we talk about religious workers, we'll explain exactly what we mean. And U.S. Foreign Service post, retired employees of international organizations. I know somebody said he was working for the government. I don't know if you see us, maybe in the future, if you retire and it is an international organization, then maybe we can assist you. And for the EB5, it's for investors who invest $1.5 million or $800,000 in the United States. Yeah, this is so sad. Okay, you know how we said that the United States, one thing they care about is taxes, and when we talk about taxes, we talk about money, and if you're an investor, you're bringing in money, I think you all see where this is going. And for the labor certification requirement, some of them do not require that you have the certification. However, if you're doing the EB2 and the EB3, it will be required. As far as family, they don't expect that if you have extraordinary abilities and you're going to go to the United States, you're just going to up and leave your family. If you have a wife, you have children, or if you have a husband and you have children, then they understand that these people might need to go with you, and there are different types of visas that they would qualify for. For example, if you're doing the EB1, then your children who are under the age of 21, they will qualify for the E14 or the E15. Now, when you come see us, then we will help you identify, okay, what is the best way to go about it? What is the best way to apply for your kids, for your family members, immediate family members, to make sure that this process goes smoothly. And for the EB2, it is the E21 and the E22 for your spouse and unmarried children under the age of 21. As you will see, there is a huge emphasis on the age 21. So if your children are over 21, then remember, they're no longer immediate relatives, right? And for the EB4, there are not a lot of times that they actually allow for people to bring their spouse or their children under the age of 21. However, if you come to us, when you come to us, we might be able to assist you. Next. So, as I mentioned, I think it was the EB4, there is a special visa for immigrant religious workers. Earlier, we talked about a visa for religious workers, right? This was a non-immigrant visa. This is where you go and you visit. This is for the immigrant visa for religious workers. There is a difference between the ministers, meaning if you are actually a minister, if you've been ministering, or if you're just a religious worker, meaning that you do some different type of work into the ministry, into the work, but you're not necessarily a minister. For the minister, it is the SD category, and for the religious workers, it is the SR category. So, for somebody to qualify as an immigrant religious worker, you need to have been, so when they look at it, a lot of times they look at a history. Because one thing I love to tell people when it comes to immigration is that it's all about the story, right? What is the story here? What have you been doing? Do you just wake up one day and you say, oh, I want to be a pastor, and then you apply? No, they look at your history, they look at your journey, and in this case, they ask that for 2 years before you file the petition. So if you're gonna file if you come to us today, right, then we will talk to you, and then we're looking at 2025, so that's 2 years. You must have been a member of the, no, I'm saying if they come to us today and they want to do it, but they don't have the qualifications, then they have to wait till 2025. So y'all got 2 years. But you must have been a member of a religious denomination, having a bona fide nonprofit. I talked about bona fide relationship in a marriage, but bona fide relationship is not just within human to human, right? How have you been connected with this nonprofit? How have you been working with this nonprofit? What have you been doing? Have you been attending conferences for them? Have you been representing them? How exactly have you been working with this denomination? And you must also have a religious organization in the United States for which you are coming to work. It's not enough that you say, I'm going to the United States to work as a minister. Where exactly are you going to work? They're not going to give it to you for you to go and find the work. So you must already have this set up. Also, okay, you must have been continuously carrying out the vocation or occupation that you will be doing. So if you have been working in a specific field and all of a sudden you switch, then there will be questions. We're not saying it's impossible. However, we are saying that you must have been continuously within that occupation or vocation. And I think there is a nuance between vocation and occupation as far as, okay, let's say you have been working in ministry as a pastor, right? And you stop preaching for a little bit, and then you start managing instead, right? You start managing other pastors. So you're not in a completely different field. You're not doing something completely different. However, we will assist you and make sure that we explain all of these things. Also, to qualify for an immigrant visa as a minister, so this is for our ministers, you must be entering the United States to work only as a minister of your religious denomination. So you can go in, apply, go as a minister, and next thing you know, you're managing a business that has nothing to do with ministry. Then this will raise questions. And if there's one thing immigration makes sure they do, is that they follow through. Okay, so then when you need to renew, when you need to do something, and please don't think you can do anything and immigration is not gonna find out. They will find out. So we want to make sure that we are following exactly what we say in these applications. And for somebody who is a religious worker, you must be entering the United States to work in a religious vocation. It can be a professional or non-professional capacity. Also, in a religious vocation, okay, it's the same thing. Yes, you want to make sure that when you come in, what you say that you're going to be doing, that is actually exactly what you are going to be doing. So we will be doing the Q&A session later But I do have one question myself. I would like for one person to tell me what they've learned out of my entire presentation. One thing that stood out to you. Anybody? Please don't leave me standing here by myself. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all are looking at me so intensely. I know y'all are paying attention. I just need one person to tell me what they learned. I will pick by myself. I will come down and I'll pick someone. Okay. I'm gonna come around. Don't look down, because I know a lot of y'all have been looking at me. I'm going for this one over there because he's on his phone. I want to make sure that he's paying attention. What is one thing you learned out of my entire presentation?
So I've learned about the different types of visas. Another thing that was very key to me was speaking about the green card, making sure that at least in 6 months you go to the US before your green card expires.
Well, thank you. And thank you so much for paying attention and being with me and interacting with me. It was really a pleasure being here with you. And if you have any questions, feel free to come to us. And yeah, thank you. Okay, and as we are waiting for our host to join us, we will be doing the second raffle. And I see him rushing back there. Yes. So after the raffle, we will let you go ahead and have lunch. However, I'm asking that you please stay there. And Attorney Lawrence is going to join me so we can do the raffle for the iPhone 14.
Okay. All right. So we still have the box at the back there. If you have questions and answers, we're going to go straight into questions and answers. So there's no break, because the information is fresh. So you want to just ask the questions now. So there are papers at the back if you want to write your questions down. Can you help us with the chairs, please? Everyone else is going to be on stage. Okay.
If you have a question, raise your hand so they can know to come to you so you can put it in the box. That might be easier. We have one question here in the middle. Someone can grab that from him. And then there's one over there.
Okay, so can we have all the panel? The panel, your panel, right?
I'm not on the panel.
Why are you not on the panel? Right. Okay, we'll take a song from the band if they're here. Just one song.
Okay, did we get everyone's question? Everyone who had one? Is there still anyone? Raise your hand if you still have a question to turn in. Okay, just hold it up until one of the ushers comes to you. I believe it's right here in the front. Did you have a question? Okay. You have it written down? Okay. You have one too? Okay, there's two right here. One in the VIP section and then right behind him. Anyone else? We don't want to forget anyone or overlook anyone. Okay. So I need another volunteer to pull the raffle ticket for the iPhone. Do I have any takers? Okay, you can come.
Okay, so, okay, let's do yes, right after. Right after. I don't want the phone to go right now. So, I
No,
want to
we're
feel
gonna
it a
do
bit.
it now.
Do we do it now or after?
What they say? Do it after the question.
Okay, after the questions. All right, so can we have the questions?
Who has the questions?
Just the questions.
Huh?
We are scared when a person gets the phone, the person will just walk out. It's gone home. All right.
The question box, who has it? Oh. Okay. Okay, so for our first question, it says, I wish to give birth in the USA. What is the process? Oh. I'm sure they're not talking about the birth process. I hope not. It's not that type of conference. I'll read it again.
As they're moving the chair, I want to give birth in the USA. What is the process? Excuse the technical difficulties, but you get a free fashion show in the process.
Are you ready? Okay, so the first question is, I wish to give birth in the USA. What is the process? So I'm assuming you're talking about the process to what exactly? Like, not trying to put anybody on the spot, but we want to make sure we answer your question. Are you talking about to become, for your child to become? Whose question is it? Don't get shy now.
Let's get some clarification. Whose question is it?
Okay, so now they're shy. No takers, because I'll pick the next question. Okay.
Whoever wrote this question, you can just come to our office.
One second, this is kind of long. So it says, how long does it take to get the non-immediate and immediate family relative visas?
It depends. That's always like the typical attorney answer. It depends. So it depends on who is filing for you. And it depends on the backlog of the embassy as well. But it is quicker, if you're an immediate relative, it is quicker than a non-immediate relative, because those take years, sometimes 10 years. Yeah.
Yeah, the USCIS posts for non-immediate relatives. The USCIS posts a visa bulletin board, and it changes every month. So you're given a priority date when you file, and you have to look at the chart and your priority date to see when your priority date comes up, and that could take years.
The next question is, what is your service charge?
For what exactly?
Whose question? Yours? What exactly are you asking about the fee for? Which?
Yeah, so I want to know the service charge for preparing a client for an interview and also working on the maybe DS-160 application and kind of stuff.
So we will not just prepare a client for an interview. If someone else filled out your application, we're not just then going to pick it up and prepare you for an interview, because we prepare you from even before we file the application. So what we don't want to do is prepare you for an interview for an application that wasn't filled out correctly or wasn't filed correctly. Another thing, I think I mentioned this before when I was speaking with someone else, we do not have a general price. Our prices are tailor-made to the person. So each person, your case is different. For me to say, everyone, we're going to charge everyone one price, that means that I don't know your case and I don't know what your case needs and what it takes. So if you come to me and you're telling me, okay, I have 3 prior denials, that makes our job harder, right? Now, if you're coming and saying, I don't have this, I don't have that, and we can get you certain documents that you may need, that makes our job harder as well. So our prices is dependent on what you have presented to us, what you need, and what the type of work that we have to do to get you where you're going. So, and just again, if someone quotes a blanket price to you, that's another way to just recognize that it's a red flag, right? Because it's not just about making money, it's about making your clients happy and for them to achieve the optimal outcome that they want.
The next question says, can you talk about the H-1B and J-1 visas as well? I don't think I saw that during the presentation.
So yes, we took them out because the J-1 visa right now, the law is kind of changing around it, and we don't want to make it more difficult for people who are trying to apply. We don't want to delve into that visa right now because the denial rate is a little bit higher now because of things that are happening in other countries that have made it worse for, everybody else. One bad apple. So we deliberately took it out. We took out the H-1B as well because it's really not necessary. That visa is like, it's not the best type of visa to apply for. That's why we did the EB visas. With the H-1B, right, the standard is you have a bachelor's degree. There's so many people with bachelor's degrees. There's so many people with bachelor's degrees in the United States. So it's like, why should I admit you in the United States if you have a degree that millions of other United States citizens have? And so for me, we took that out because it doesn't make sense to apply for this visa. So again, we want you to apply for visas that will give you the best chance of entering the United States. I'm not going to sell you an H-1B visa for a bachelor's degree when we have, our bachelor's degree now is even looked at as a high school diploma. It doesn't hold a lot of weight. So if you have a bachelor's degree and you're trying to apply for H-1B, the chances of getting it is slim. So we're not going to promote that one right now.
Our next question is there any consideration for security service personnel when giving out visas? Whose question is this? Okay, we'll do the next one. Can I change my status from non-immigrant to immigrant after securing a B1 visa?
I would say that when you are inside the United States, the non-immigrant visas and immigrant visas that we talked about, that's when you're outside of the United States, right? When you go into the United States with a B1 or a B2, you're saying that the purpose of your trip is to visit or to go to a conference or something of that sort. However, circumstances changes. Circumstances change, my apologies. When you go into the United States and you're visiting, let's say while you're there, you already knew somebody, you fell in love, and you decide to marry this person, then you would do what is called an adjustment of status. Can you do it? Yes, you can. However, please do not take this as, oh, I'm just going to get a B1, travel to the United States, and get this process, because then in the application process to adjust your status, they ask if you ever lied to immigration. If you came with the intention to stay, then you can't lie to immigration. You can't lie in your application. However, if you're already in the United States with a B1 or B2 to visit or for a conference, and you fell in love, you got married, then you can adjust your status.
And we see that a lot where people, they get a tourist visa, and they're so happy, like, I'm going to take this tourist visa, I'm going to go to the United States, and I'm going to stay. First of all, the reason why we don't encourage that is that you make it bad for everyone else. We're having this workshop because people do that, and now the United States is like, well, we can't trust a certain group of people because of patterns that we see. The second thing is that when you do that, a lot of people are going in and they're very ignorant about it. So they're thinking, I'm going to go to the United States on a B1, B2 visa, I'm going to be rich, and I'm going to work and make a lot of money, and everything's going to be good. Like, it's very hard when you go to the United States on a B1, B2, and you overstay. You cannot work. And the types of jobs that you get do not pay much. And so it's very hard for you to make a living. And a lot of people, life becomes very stressful for them, and then they don't want to go back to their country because now it looks bad. Because I've left Ghana, and I've told everybody I'm in America. I've told everybody I'm living in a big house. I've told everybody I'm making a certain amount of money. So now if I come back to Ghana, it's going to look bad. If you come back to Ghana too, you're also going to get a bar. And sometimes it's a 10-year bar, and you cannot re-enter the country. So I always say, if you get that B1, B2, keep traveling back and forth. Do not overstay. Some people overstay, they're like, oh, I'm going to get somebody to marry me. You get into these relationships, you're abused, the person has lied to you, the person cannot even file for you because it's not every U.S. citizen is qualified to file for you. There are certain requirements that they too themselves have to meet for them to be able to sponsor you. So a lot of people go into these situations and they do not know, they're unaware. And they just think like, okay, I got this visa, I'm going to overstay, I'm going to work, I'm going to make money, and everything is going to be good. And it's not. So please, if you have gotten a visa, B1, B2, any visa that's not permanent, please do not overstay. It is better for you to keep traveling back and forth.
One thing I would add to that, when we say don't overstay your visa, so the law allows you to stay in the country for 6 months, right? That's what it says. However, yes, sometimes. However, it is, like the attorney says, sometimes it is not recommended that you go all the way to that 6 months because sometimes they will look at these situations and it will affect the country. For example, I am originally from Haiti, and a lot of time when Haitians would go, a lot of them would overstay their visa. A lot of them would not go back home. And what happens is they started looking at that. If you travel with a B1, B2 visa, although you don't stay over 6 months, if you stayed over 3 months and you do it repeatedly, when you go to renew your visa, your B1, B2 visa, then they will give you a denial and they will take your visa away. Therefore, it doesn't just only affect you, it also affects your country. And eventually it will affect you because if you keep on doing it, then it's gonna start raising red flags. So we want to make sure that you understand what we mean by overstaying your visa. If you say you're going to visit, don't go and visit for 6 months. Don't go and visit for 5 months. Don't go and start a life there and visit back and forth.
Thank you. The next question concerning the F1 visa, does age matter if you're applying for an undergraduate program?
So I think I read that there is an age limit, but I cannot remember what it is right now. So that's something that I'll have to look up in the statute. And even for the F1 visa, we would recommend for people who are applying for graduate programs. We do have undergraduates that have been approved, but you're more likely to be approved if you're applying for some type of graduate program. And why is that? Because you've already kind of established some type of ties to your country and that you would come back.
The next question is, if you're on a student visa, is it possible to get a K1 visa? That's what it says.
You said K1?
Mm-hmm.
To get a K1 visa, you have to be living outside of the United States. So don't go get a student visa and then get engaged and apply for a K1 visa. Like, you don't even meet the first part of the qualification. So you're going to be denied.
What is the typical processing time for an I-130 visa if an alien number has already been obtained through a previous fiancé visa?
Can you repeat the question, please? I'm so sorry.
Who has a case pending? Who asked this question? You have a case pending? I'll talk to you after.
If one is not married but is a student, what are some of the evidence required to prove ties with your home country?
You said if the person is not married.
Yes.
I think this is where you get creative. One thing I was thinking about when we were asking the question is, when we say ties to your family, right? Your family doesn't necessarily have to be your husband or your wife. If you have your parents who are here, who have been living here, and let's say they're older and you take care of them. If you are the one who's working and you're supporting your family, how are you supporting your family? Do you have younger siblings that they live with you and you take care of them? As far as being in the country, do you do community work in your country? Are you involved in the community? Are you kind of like so engaged that you have an interest and you hold your country so dear to your heart that all you want to do is go and then come back to your home? So it's not just your husband, your wife, and your kids.
So a part of our job too is like to think of creative ways that shows that you have ties to the country. And a lot of people just think that, I mean, the big thing is like husband, children. But as Melissa said, there are other ways that we can show that you have substantial ties to your country. So we will brainstorm with you and get those documents and those evidence that are needed so that you can prove that part to the immigration officers.
Yeah, the interview part of the whole process is the most important process to show your intent. So we will be able to prep you for your interview. And when we brainstorm those ideas, so you would be able to answer the officer's questions.
The next question says, how does one sign up with us? What do they need to do to schedule a consultation?
So we have an office that is opening. Our official launch is the 19th of June, which is Juneteenth. It's very important for us. It's a holiday in the United States. And it's important because Juneteenth officially ended slavery in the United States. So for us as black women or minority women to be opening a business on that day is something our ancestors never got to do. So it's basically a celebration for us. And to do it in Ghana, a place where a lot of our ancestors were taken, it's like kicking the enemy in the face and say, look at me, look at what I've accomplished despite of our traumatic history and our traumatic past. So the office will be open from that time. We do have 2 phone numbers that you can call. And we have, where's my staff? Can you guys stand up? Put your hands for them. And I think 2 more are missing. They will be instrumental in appointments and speaking with you guys and gathering documents and basically being a liaison between the office in Ghana and the office in the United States and make sure that everything runs smoothly and the way it's supposed to.
One asks, how can your travel history impact a visa denial?
So like we said, if you have only been in your home country and never, traveled elsewhere, that will heavily impact you with your application process. And that's why we very much emphasize traveling as much as possible before applying.
But it's not the end all, right? So what happens after you get denied? They'll get a letter and they'll tell you to reapply. And the standard for when you reapply, like, there has to be a change. So a lot of agents that I find here, you get denied, assuming you could find them, you go back to them, you're upset, like, hey, I got denied. And then what do? They're like, okay, I'll reapply for you. And then you reapply right then and there and nothing has changed and you get denied again. So what happens now is that you now become listed in the United States system as a desperate applicant. So when you are trying to reapply and apply, the standard becomes higher. Where the standard was maybe 51% out of 100, now it's 85%. So the person that you're going to has to understand that. So if your travel history, if you've been denied because of travel history, what we will do is create travel plans for you elsewhere that can open the doors to the United States. The United States is not the only country that you can go to. There are countries in Europe that you can travel to that will open the doors for you to get to the US. So if you've come to us, let's say you got denied in the last 2 months, we will not reapply. Another B2, B1 visa for you, unless in the last 2 months you've just been travel hopping and you've gone to the UK, you've gone to Canada, you've gone to Australia. Then we're like, okay, then we can reapply. But besides that, what we'll do is create a plan for you to get to the United States based on different countries that the United States will look favorably upon.
I think one thing as well when we talk about travel history that matters is if you went to another country and you violated their immigration laws. We're not experts in immigration laws of other countries, but if you went to another country and you violated one of their laws, most likely you know that. So you want to make sure that you let us know from the very beginning. So when we're applying, if we need to disclose it and explain exactly why did that occur. Because when you give your travel history, they're not just looking, okay, you went to another country, but they're looking at you went to this other country, you violated their laws. How do we know that you're not going to violate ours as well if you did not have reasonable reasons?
And that just brings me to a point. Be honest. Be honest with us. Because when we find out by surprise, it's not good. There isn't anything that you could tell us that we won't be like, okay, like we're not going to be shocked by it. Just tell us the truth and we'll be able to know how to work around it. A lot of clients that we have, sometimes they lie. And there's no need to lie. There's no need to be embarrassed. If you don't have the travel history, if you've never gone anywhere, if you don't have enough money in your account, those are things that we need to know. Because then when the discrepancy is on the application and you go and tell the counselor something different, it makes it worse for you.
When Kalicia was speaking, she made mention of the fact that getting an approval letter from a government official doesn't guarantee your visa, but there are certain criteria required. Could you please touch on that?
Like Karen showed on the PowerPoint, the United States is looking for a checklist. And there are certain requirements that you have to meet. And within the requirements, though the requirements are vague, there are certain requirements within the requirements. So I've known people personally who've gotten letters from, like I said, congressmen and government, even from the United States, and guarantee that they'll come back. Or this thing called an invitation letter. Like people will say, oh, if you get an invitation letter from someone in the United States, that makes your application stronger. It doesn't. The embassy is what we call kind of like a sovereign entity. So the embassy can choose to deny or approve you based on this checklist. So emphasizing on that, it will be, I guess it would depend on the type of visa that you are trying to apply for. So each visa has the certain documents that they need in order for the U.S. consulate to say, okay, yes, we're going to approve this visa.
What is the required time frame for travel history to meet eligibility criteria for a visa application?
So for travel history, they look at the last 5 to 10 years.
I would add to that. If you traveled, let's say, when we say 5 to 10 years, let's say you traveled for 5 years and then for 1 year you stopped traveling, or you traveled for 2 years and then for 2 years you stopped traveling. If there is a good reason and you explain it to us, let's say you were traveling and then you had a family member who got sick and you had to be here to take care of them, then you explain this to us, then you can explain that to immigration. Like I said before, it's all about your story and exactly your narrative and making sure that it is well explained, and this is why we're here.
Does choosing a course that is offered here in Ghana put me at a disadvantage while trying to secure an F1 visa in the United States?
No, it doesn't. So it doesn't matter if the course is available here as well. The only thing that matters is that you're admitted into an SEVP-approved school in the U.S.
This next one, I believe it may have been answered during Kalicia's last answer, but I'll just ask it. You can let me know if it was. After being denied an F1 visa, can the school write to the embassy to get my visa approved? The checklist that she mentioned.
Just make sure you come to us so we can do our due diligence so you do not get a denial in the first place.
What if you've obtained the opportunity to travel as a student and you are done with school? How can you stay? How can you get a visa to stay? So they were on a student visa, now they're done with school and they want to stay.
In some instances, you can't stay permanently. In some instances, you can get a visa to work, maybe about 1 year, and then sometimes they'll renew it. But to stay permanently, that's not an option for that visa. Again, it's a non-immigrant visa, and the purpose of it is for you to go and to come back.
As for student visas, though, there is a possibility to transfer to an immigrant visa. So if you find an employer that's willing to sponsor you for another type of immigrant visa, then you are able to adjust your status, which is very hard.
Excuse me 1 second. I just need to ask this. In June of 2020, I received the visa letter. I filed the I-130 form and checked and waited for mail that contains my visa number to proceed. As of this point, I haven't received any mail, and whenever I check my status, the feedback I get is, in quotes, at NVC. Is it M as in Mary VC or N as in Nancy VC?
NVC.
NVC.
Who wrote this question?
Frederick.
Okay. So, yeah, because it's a lot of layers to it. So we would need to know who sponsored you. Okay. So yeah, we'll have to talk afterwards.
And just so everyone knows, obviously due to time, we won't be able to answer all of them, but it doesn't mean you won't get any answers. You are always more than welcome to reach out to our staff, to call the number, to go online, to schedule a consultation with us to get your questions answered. So don't be discouraged if we do not get to them today. I was denied a US B1 visa, and the consular said I had a valid UK visa, so I should reapply when the UK visa expires. I was visiting my uncle, and I was still a student at the University of Ghana. How can a student become a citizen now? Not sure if I understand that question.
I'm not sure I understand the question. The first part of it doesn't make sense because that visa has nothing to do with the other. And then the second part of it, I'm not sure what is being asked. So if that person can speak with us afterwards, because I'm pretty sure that there's more to what is being said on this paper.
I'm a co-founder for a company which is located in New Mexico. I want to join my partner in running the business. Which visa category fits my situation?
This one, it depends. So I would need to know more about this business, how much it earns, and I'll also need to know more about you and your background and your travel history, and maybe you might be eligible for a different type of visa.
Next question. I am a student and I don't have funds to sponsor my education and trip to study in the US. Can I get a sponsor like an uncle or relative that would want to sponsor my education abroad?
So if you yourself can't afford your study and stay in the US, you are able to have a sponsor, and they would just have to sign documents for you that they are willing to sponsor you, but that is possible.
What are some common challenges that immigrants face after arriving in the US, and how can I prepare for them?
I will go because I recently moved to the United States, and I see a lot of my friends, because I went to school in Haiti, and a lot of my friends who come later on. I think one of the biggest challenges is the mental challenge, right? The idea that everything is sweet in the United States and that money is made easy and everything. No, it is very hard. It's not as great as it is pictured in the movies, and I think it is a really big mental hardship
when people realize, oh my gosh, it is not as easy as I thought. That is the first thing. The second thing is, when you come into the United States, and let's say you come in with your work permit and you're able to work and you have all of these things, it's very hard to identify what you want to do if you did not take the time to really process it. It is a very exciting moment, I would say, when you know, okay, this is something I've been waiting for and it's happening. But it is also important to take the time to think about what you will be doing, because work is not easy. Even for people, like the attorney said, a bachelor's degree is kind of like a high school diploma right now. So work is not easy. Identifying exactly what you want to do and how you're going to proceed to do this. Also making sure that when you're going, how are you going to sustain yourself for the first 3 months, for the first 6 months, and making sure that you surround yourself with people who support you. And when I say support, it doesn't always have to be financial. And with the people who support you, understand that these people have lives too. Because one thing that happens is when people go into the United States and they have somebody who supports them, somebody who's there for them, and sometimes the welcoming feeling is not always constant because this person have a life too. So it's very important to be mindful of these things and to prepare yourself mentally and emotionally for the challenges that are to come, and make sure you have a plan. It doesn't have to be set, okay, this is exactly what I'm going to do, but talk to people who have information. I have a mentorship program where if young people are coming into the United States, they reach out to me and they tell me, hey Melissa, this is what I want to do, this is my end goal is, how can I get there? If I don't have the information, I find people who went through that path to make sure that they're getting the accurate information so they can easily get to where they want to go and build a plan that is sustainable for them.
Yeah, you basically said everything that I would say, and just have a plan. You can't just, it's not enough to say I'm coming to the United States. You have to know what you're going to do there and how you're going to get it done. So one of the things of HL Consulting Group, when we do file and help you with the immigrant visas, we also help you with a plan. So you're coming into a country that's different, it has a different culture, right? So now we'll be able to help you with how can you write your resume so that an employer will look favorably on you. We have someone that will be able to help you interview. How can you interview properly to get jobs in the United States? How can we convert your experience from Ghana and make it relevant in the United States? Because you're entering into a country, so basically you're kind of playing catch up with people who were there before, and those are your competition. So you want to make sure that you're on that level or you're higher. So that's one of the services that comes with our packages, that if we are filing your immigrant visa and when you get approved, we will teach you these tips, help you with your resume, help you with interview skills so that you'll be able to get a job, because that's one of the hardest things for you to get a job. And if you don't have money, then you're just miserable. So we want to make sure that you're going to the United States is well worth it.
Two things I will add. The first thing is, I don't think it will be an issue because I find a lot of people here are fluent in English, but make sure you practice your English. Make sure that there are online courses, there are free online courses, as well as other certificates that you can get online. There are different resources. When you take these certificates, some of them are connected with schools in the United States, and you can add them to your resume, and it will show initiative. It will show that you didn't just come here all of a sudden. It shows that you have been trying to better yourself, and as a professional, you carry more value.
How does the United States immigration define the term spouse?
It's a good question. So a spouse is not just someone that you're married to. It's someone that you have intentions of building a life with. So that's why the United States uses the term bona fide marriage. So it's not enough to be like, me and this person are legally married. There are certain things and certain documents and certain steps that you take when you're going to build a life with someone. So there are key documents that the United States look for. There's something I call the big 3 documents that they look for to see if or to determine if you're really married to your spouse. So sometimes we get people, an example, we have a client in the US, and she's been married to her spouse for a while, but they've never really done things together. Even though they are in a legal marriage, they haven't really merged anything. So when she came to us, I think it was about a year or so ago, we told her that we cannot file her application until she gets the certain documents that she need in order to show the United States that this person really is your spouse. Because if she gets denied for a sham marriage, her trying to apply again is going to be very, very difficult for her. So we know the documents that are needed. We know what the United States look for, so we will be able to pinpoint those things that the consulate will look to as a bona fide marriage.
Next question. Are there any political stereotypes with other countries you visit? This is relating to the fact that I have travel experience with Russia and China on education. So now that there is a political crisis between Russia and USA, how can that impact my visa approval?
Yes, great question. So there definitely are stereotypes. Why? Because you're dealing with people, right? And people are the ones that are interviewing you. And even without political pressure, people have their own misconceptions, prejudgment of you. So there are stereotypes all around. So one thing that's important, United States immigration law, it can be changed based on which party is in power, right? And then most likely some of the people that you see that are in your offices have some type of affiliation with the party that's in power. So if the party that's in power, if you're seeing on the news that they don't favor Russia, then most likely, right? Most likely the people who are going to be interviewing you might have those types of ideas as well. All right? So that's how it will impact you. But there are certain countries, as we said, that the United States will look at and say, okay, they've traveled to this country, so we can trust them with a visa.
I am a nurse and preparing to write my NCLEX exams in the USA. Ghana currently does not have a test center for these exams. Is there a visa category that I can qualify for to take my exam?
When you say you're preparing to write for it in the US, what does that mean? Because if you don't have a visa, how are you getting there? So I don't understand.
Whose question is that?
I'll talk to you afterwards then. Yeah.
Can you apply for a U.S. visa when you are a citizen to two different countries?
Oh, the answer is yes. You can.
Where's my, oh, that's it. We're done. Okay, so if your question did not get answered, it's probably one of the few following reasons. I couldn't read it, I couldn't understand it, or it's been already asked and answered. So if you have additional questions, please reach out to us, schedule a consultation. We would love to help you, and thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause for our panelists?
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
The moment someone's been waiting for.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's my volunteer? All right. Someone.
No, the first one was a man, right? It has to be a lady.
He raised his hand.
Oh, that's a lady.
First. I asked. Okay. You ready for this? You have to close your eyes. No cheating. No, don't close them and face this way. I don't want you to fall. All right. He is really mixing it up. Today. Can I get another volunteer? No, I'm just playing. okay. Just pick one already. Okay, well, hold on. Make sure it says phone on it. Okay, so we have this. This contains all the tickets. So some of them were for the other prize that's already being awarded. So the ticket he pulls has to have phone written on it. So that's the reason we're going back. So he's not cheating. Okay.
So sorry for whoever had.
Don't even read it. Don't do them like that. Okay. It says it.
Okay.
I have to see you before.
Please,
Okay,
afterwards,
thank you
he
so much.
says you have to see him. At least take him to lunch, you know, pay your tithe. You're a pastor. So how do they divide the phone into 10?
How do they? You don't want them to
So
cut it up?
the value of the phone divided by 10. Wow.
He said, just see him. He'll explain how to do it. All
I
right.
can't see.
Drum roll, please. All right. And the winning ticket number is 523015.
He went home, right?
He left? Or she left? Okay. I'm going to do it one more time. 523015. Give me your ticket. All right. Let me make sure. We have a winner. Congratulations. You have 2 phones already? He walks up
Oh, we are
with his
just
phone.
seeing the type. It's 11. Oh, he's upgraded to 14.
See?
So who's going to do the presentation? Will Haiti do the presentation? If Haiti, come and present the phone. Wow, she was in is it Miss Haiti? Wow.
Miss Haiti, Florida. Give her a round of
Okay.
applause. Doesn't she look so pretty?
I actually represented Mr. Ghana in the Olympics. Shout out to everybody.
Well, thank you for joining us today and being part of our workshop. We hope that you were able to gain a lot from it, and we hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to take maybe 2 people who can share an experience if the event has helped you so far and you want to share how it has helped you. So if you can just raise your hand up. Okay, can you come? Let's put our hands together for him. That's a nice way MCs try to while away time while they figure the next thing. All right. Please, I hear your phone is pink, so it's not for a man. It's for mine. All right, your name, how you found out about the program. Okay, your name, who invited you, how you found out about the program.
Okay, so my name is Jeremy, and my brother made this program known to me. He sent me the flyer with the link to register. So I'm very excited to be here. I feel this. My brother knows you in a way.
Yes,
I don't know.
Yeah, you brought him.
Okay, so I'm really excited to be here. I've gained a lot of knowledge based on whatever has been taught over here. And these kind of things, they don't teach you in school. I'm a high school graduate, and I didn't want to rush into university. I wanted to get to know myself better, discover myself. So seeing such a program being organized, I feel it's a very great opportunity for people like me, and I want to just say thank you very much, HL Consulting Group, for organizing such a program. God richly bless you. Yeah.
Okay, so a lot of you are asking the question, how do I book appointments if they need an appointment this week? Where is the staff? HL staff. Okay.
Phone number is
Phone
on
number is there.
On the banners.
So they can call from when? From Monday. Okay, so from Monday. Okay. Do you have the phone number offhand? Okay. All right. We're going to take a song from the band to just relax everybody because there's another grand prize coming. The person's probably going to, you see a car drive a car in. So, say what? Might be a Range Rover. You might never know. All right. So while you get information ready, yeah. So the band is called the Vibe Brothers Band. Let's put our hands together for them. Let's enjoy a song from them. So if you feel like, you know,
other friends on the notice. I'm not joking, no my guys them they know me. Sing so see, I've been writing this song. I know the OGs, but he asks them they know me. I know the glories on me, they know me. Music chose me, just in all this and no peace. I deal low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come and wine for me slowly. Now they love me, I see them, the way they believe her. I be get a boy, I be seen her. Fear nobody, gonna Jehovah. And I thank God that they go far. Who say both, man, they labor. Shout out the boy, man, the shita. Bandana boys, to be too far. Midnight, fuckers, got the shika. They never see me come. See me coming. Hold them tight. Me and my guys sit there for Michael. Now location day for Michael. If you leave your woman, she go for Panto. No be lie, we go easy up, apply the ice. Me and my guys, you know, they smile. Make the boys, you know, they lie. Make the boys, you know, they fear nobody. Now you see wahala, we get to move forward. Only one thing we know, they like our police. The one move return to my enemy. So make it no try me. Yeah, the teeth like a bongo, bongo. I beg you bring another shy on girl. To the lady, to the bongo, bongo. And when I hit them, she the shot bongo. Munkera, munkera, munfer. Munkera, munkera, munfer. Munkera, munkera, munfer. The teeth like a bongo. I beg you bring another shy on girl. To the lady, to the bongo. And when I hit her, she the shot on girl. Munkera, munkera, munfer. Munkera, munkera, munfer. Munkera, munkera, munfer. See the vehicle to the way I saw. All of my enemies them broke down. No competition, no denial. When I be cheaters, we be liar. So we dey fly high, but we never fly low. We dey move fear, but fear goes slow. No competition, no denial. Big the boys, you don't fear nobody. I see wahala, we get a fool for body. Only one thing we know, they like the police. No one wrong move, return to my enemy. So make it no try me, yeah. But did it hit you like a bongo, bongo? Make it not a shell, do the ladies to the bongo, bongo. And when they hit them, she they shot over. Moon get a moon, get a moon fair. Moon get a moon, get a moon fair. Moon get a moon, get a moon fair. The bass brothers. Every look at you did it to me. You just sit to me for body. See your love again follow me. Oh, be a boy make her go crazy. Mama can say sure for me. She make her retro money. Oh man, no go down great. They can carry your luggage. I define you for this, and no trouser fit to contain. In your body, no baggage. She don't see I'm falling, falling. Overdosing,
Try to. Okay, so I've been informed if you're part of the VIP, don't be in a rush to go home. I hear there are packages for you, right? For the VIPs. And then number 2, we are all going to be served something, so don't be in a rush to go home. All right, so I talked about the location, the office, and is it Prophet Daniel? Daniel is going to share briefly, and then.
Good afternoon. The office is located around ANC Mall, right opposite Prime Pharmacy. If you can find yourself around Mawako restaurant, you can call. It's just about 100 meters away, but it's right opposite Prime Pharmacy. ANC Mall. Thank you.
Thank you. So who all have brought people here with you today? Did you bring someone? If you did, raise your hand. Okay, so first of all, thank you for bringing people with you, for not wanting to be selfish with the information, so thank you. If you brought 2 or more people with you, raise your hand. If you brought 3 or more people, raise your hand. Wait, I'm sorry. You brought more than 3 people? Okay. Uh-oh, it's getting tight. If you brought more than 4 people, he still got his hand up. How many people did you bring? How many people did you bring? 14? 40? Did you really? Oh my goodness. Okay, who brought 41? Are you serious? You brought 40 people? Oh my God, can we give him a round of applause? Now how many showed up? How many showed up of the 40? All of them? If you came with him, stand up. Come on. That is fantastic. Come here. Thank you so much. So let me ask you a couple questions. What's your name?
Samuel Zuma.
Say it one more time.
Samuel Zuma.
How did you hear about this event?
Through a friend, Daniel, and Madame Kelicia.
So we have a special gift for you, okay? Since you took out the time to make sure you didn't just come alone, but you brought 40 people with you who stayed to hear the rest of the presentation from HL Consulting. We really appreciate you, and we have a special gift for you. So I'm going to call up my beloved partner, Calicia Karen Mendoza from our team. I'm not sure where Melissa went. I believe she's out. She stepped out. But you can come on. Can we get one more round of applause for him, please? This is fantastic.
So like Renesha said, I want to say thank you. I'm actually really happy that it's you. I wasn't expecting him to do this. We met my first week here in Ghana, and he said, I will help you, and he kept his word. So I don't think that anyone is more deserving of this than you, and I hope you find great, great use for it.
Drum roll. His expression says it all. It's a MacBook.
This is so magnificent. God bless you. In fact, I'm surprised. I didn't know you have a package like this. I just did it, and that's it. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow, wow. God bless you. This is an Apple. Apple. Is it? What's the name? A MacBook. Wow. Like seriously? I am gone.
All right, so you know the next time we have one of these, someone's going to have to bring at least 41 people. You set the bar very high. So now, who's hungry? Anybody hungry out there? She raised both hands. Listen, I'm hungry too. So what we're going to do now, we're going to have lunch. And after lunch, there's going to be a special breakout session for our VIP members. VIP people. They're so excited. Can I have everyone's attention? I just want to make sure everyone gets the directions so everyone knows what they're doing, okay? So we're going to break for lunch. Then after lunch, our VIPs are going to come back for a special for a special breakout session where we're going to go over the do's and don'ts when you're in your immigration interview. And we're also going to save a little time to do some mock interviews for some of you who maybe have an interview coming up or you just want to know what to do during that process. And we have a special gift for you, a special treat that you get to have this session with the former U.S. immigration officer who is here with us. Can you raise your hand? Oh, he must have stepped out. But after lunch, that is what we're going to do. Is there any final remarks before? Okay. So I just would like to take this time from Calicia and I to just thank all of you who came out today, all of you who brought people with you. And even if you couldn't bring anyone, but you came, you spent your morning, your afternoon with us. We really appreciate you. To all of the vendors, to all of the staff, everyone who helped to make this day a success, we really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So next year, is it next year? When are we having another one?
He said next week.
Okay, we are having another one next week. So if we tell you to invite people, make sure you bring your whole church. Okay? Have you had a good time? All right, so it's lunchtime, so let's enjoy music from the Vibe Brothers. Michael Jackson is there. Okay. So don't leave. You can just be seated. The ushers are going to bring your food packs to you. At least make sure you have a pack before you go. And the VIPs, you can just hang around. You'll start your session very soon. Yeah. Restrooms are at the back.
Finally, I see your face. All my days, girl. I've been out here looking for you for this. I just want to say, yeah, my head, you did for my head. I know fit to reset, I know fit to connect. Waiting there, your back, say make I defend. I know fit to defend, even if I play defense. Oh no, I won't comport myself, I can't. I fall for you down flat, I fall for you down flat, you. Oh no, now who no knows you back. I swear you back. I swear you back, yo. Oh no, no to know, no one there to know. God to know, no one. Don't do me long thing, something wicked there for your body, no. Oh no, 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 no. I did for the mountain waiting, yeah, for solo. Oh no, 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 no. My head, you did for my head. I know fit to reset, I know fit to connect. Waiting there, your back, say make I defend. I know fit to defend, even if I play defense. I won't comport myself, I can't. I fall for you down flat, I fall for you down flat, you. Oh no, no, now who no knows you back. I swear you back. I swear you back, you. Oh no, no. Vice brothers. Oh shit, no, no, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, no, no, oh shit. Surely you're the blessing for me, oh. I know nobody matter, no. Nobody matter, nobody. It be like I don't win a lotto. I know if we cool it down, no. Cool it down. Baby girl, let me whiskey away on holiday. Holiday to Mozambique. Follow me, go to Mozambique, yo. Baby girl, are you on your way? She made that bring a helicopter. I'm more than nana. Taking up it like I do, but till we go, trouble their timeline. Give them no reason to run. Chop out their make a bite. But till we go, trouble their timeline. Give them no reason to love. Chop out their make a bite. Baby girl, oh yeah, look at me. Oh shit, no why so look at you. Oh shit, you be tight in a wine. Oh shit, you tight in a wine. Baby girl, oh yeah, look at me. Oh shit, no why so look at you. You be tight in a wine. You be tight in a wine. Fly boy, oh yeah, point and take. Put it all on me. My old baby, put on for rotate you. Shell if I push, put it all on me. My old baby, put on for rotate. Baby girl, let me whiskey away on holiday to Mozambique. Follow me, go to Mozambique, yo. Baby girl, are you on your way? She made the bring a helicopter. Make it not be like I do, but till we go, trouble your timeline. Give them no reason to love. Chop out your make a bite. But till we go, trouble your timeline. Give them no reason to love. Chop out your make a bite. now I so look at you. You be tight in a way, you be tight in a way. Baby girl, you look at me. You know I so look at you. You be tight in a way, you be tight in a way. Walk. See the Vice Brothers. Who's your guy? Spider, now only me one guy. See how sweet they like peace and rice. I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time to you, my God. Even if the road be rough, I don't mind. Cause you be my chief for life. Say I'm feeling good tonight. Cause I tell you with my God. Cause I do you. I got plenty for my mind. But right now I'm with my guys. I know the fear them get my bar. I know the fear them get my bar. Say you don't see my formation. I got a big combination. It's my day inspiration. The 100 concentration. For my guys in volume. Bad energy far away. I thank God for my real G's. Good friends no be money. Push your guy. Now only me one life. See how sweet they like peace and rice. I will never leave your side. I will never ever. I dedicate my time to you, my guy. Even if the road be rough, I don't mind. Cause you be my G for life. Vice Brothers. Walk. London. Hello. Greet everybody for you. Tell your people Bella. See how they go sell ah, Bella. If I like it, Bella. We see how they go sell them see how they go sell you should be fortunate. I go make you joke gaga. Till you get the power. It's pasi yamala ketu. Shiji gagawa. Yesu Christo love power. I go make you joke gaga. Don't go to be sabi girl they do. Sabi oh, sabi oh, sabi oh, sabi only reason why them they call me only. I'm still beefing, I'm still lit, kill anything I don't feel miss. You know go fit in my shoes, high fashion Jimmy clothes. Come sip and choose tomorrow. This will be fortunate. I go make you joke gaga. Say you get the power. Sweetie pasi amala ketu. Shiji gagawa. Yesu Christo la power. I'm your make you joke gaga. Sweetie pasi amala ketu. Sabio, oh, sabio, oh, sabio, oh, sabio, oh. Right, brothers. Oh my baby, your love is for you. Give me love in a condom. This is your body cutting something I never understand. I must confess, your body very offensive. It is scatter my defense, defense you. I must confess, your body not my objective. It is giving me problems, so. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight, honey. Would you stay with me? I said no normal. You go there with me for life. Oh baby, honey, your body feeling your baby, honey, your body feeling your he get it 'cause she get it, when you see the do me magic. Girl in your body now, baby. Your love is slow like traffic. This is your body, oh. It is high like mommy, oh. Oh my lady, oh. No go do me corny, oh. If my face been a Rihanna and your body na palava, wahala. I want to with you, yes. I must confess, your body very offensive. It is scatter my defense, defense you. I must confess, your body not my objective. They giving me problems, so. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight, honey. Would you stay with me? I said no normal. You go there with me for life. Oh baby, yeah, we outside. You know we out. Oh, baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. You know we out. Champagne for my baby. I stay in my lane. Every day is my birthday. You know wait till we get. Champagne for my baby. I stay in my lane. Every day is my birthday. You be with the rain. Oh baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. You know we out. Oh baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. You know we out. Everybody buy like a banana. Take it down, make it go like a banana. Make it down, make it go like a banana. Get your girls, make it go like a banana. Bouncy, 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 baby, bouncy, 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 baby, bouncy, bouncy. Champagne for my baby. I stay in my lane. Every day is my birthday. We wait till we get. Champagne for my baby. I stay in my lane. Every day is my birthday. We will the rain. Oh baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. You know we out. Oh baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. You know we out. I woke up cute again. Me no me a 10 over 10. Guy, me do. Guy, me do. Check it out. I got a guitar today. I wish I was it. We say horses in out there. Shawty, let's go. She said okay. Oh no. Oh baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. You know we out. Oh baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. You know we out. Oh baby, you know we outside. Yeah, we outside. wine sweet pancake, your love is sweeter. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Forget all I'll be with you, but you know they get enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get the reason why I can't let go. Shawty never know say gon' so. Man them suffer to find your love. Shawty never know say gon' so. Man them suffer to find your love. Shawty never know say gon' so. Man them suffer to find your love. Shawty never know say gon' so. Man them suffer to find your love. I try to you know what you're done, Joe. Come in like a thief in the night, no Joe. Telling you say all of my niggas and ball. I take wherever need that's all. I try to you know what you're done, Joe. Taking like a brick at me and the rush, baby. If you want me, catch it on mommy, so don't me, yeah. Show me your jigger, let me see. And let me see the woman that is sweet. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. I'm on, they can't touch you. I never see this kind, baby. There is a kind things and there is a kind way. You know I never try to get lazy. For the right things, baby, for the right. Baby, make a fire with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I begin go. Baby, make a sample, you my bride and son. But I love, girl, I wanna be with you. But you know they get enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get the reason why I can't let go. Shawty never do say gon' so. Man them suffer to find your love. Shawty never do say gon' so. Man them suffer to find your love. Shawty never do say gon' so. Man them suffer to find your love. Shawty never do say gon' so. Man them suffer to find your love. Señorita, mamacita, body bar and grace for your features. Nice to meet ya, give me singer. Only wanna see you for my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body one thing or two. If you know the things we do, this love you know be joke, no way pray for. Yeah, that's what me a woman is again. 5-star boomba, me and the bed. Kaba, man again. Oh, no, it's your yo. Nice once again. 5-star boomba, me and the bed. Kaba, man again. Oh, no, it's your yo. Honey, you are. Honey, you are. Honey, you are. Honey, you are. Somebody go deep up, really lotto. See me, I don't know. Me, I don't know. Go deep up, really lotto. See me, I don't know. Me, I don't know. My baby, you be miracle. You give me love, we I never know. My baby, you be wonderful. You show me love, we I never know. My baby, you be miracle. You give me love, we I never know. My baby, you be wonderful. You show me love, we I never. Oh, my God. Yeah, your love is spiritual. Oh my God. Yeah, your love they be. Oh my God. Yeah, your love is spiritual. Oh my God. I want to show you kisses. Need I overdo? My baby, give me a chance to love you. I will overdo. Yeah, obedience, you'll be the girlfriend. Girl, I wanna be your wife. Take a chance and watch me spin. Me, I wanna be your wife. Obedience, you'll be the girlfriend. Girl, I wanna be your wife. Take a chance and watch me spin. Me, I wanna be your wife. Hey, it's you, I love you more than you supposed to oh my God. Yeah, your love is spiritual. Oh my God. Yeah, your love they be. Oh my God. Yeah, your love is spiritual. Oh my God. Yeah, your love they be. Honey, you are. Honey, you are. Honey, you are. Honey, you are. Whoa. This is Antonio. Oh, Nana. Make I tell you what you happy for a bullet. You were this party inside by a bullet. I went there with my best friend, Bullet. Bullet and down with a girlfriend, Shirley. Get to girls every day like a chiffy. So many pretty girls inside by a bullet. I just wanna say which kind party, yeah. Everything I buy, everything day. Oh shit, yeah, many girls say they got to go away. Asian girls, they be like to throw away. Almost you go pay. We just having fun. We walk away, yeah. Asian girls like to make us a yeah. That's why my girlfriend be a career. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, jeje. Hold on tight. Hold on, jeje. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, jeje. Hold on tight. Hold on, jeje. Fuck it up. You can do better. See ready for me, you go better. All the way to Nigeria town and make it plenty, so many girls, go. I just sharply take one photo before the barber and tell us to go. Oh shit, I get many girls where they come from away. Asian girls, they may like to throw away. Almost you go pay. We just having fun. We won't carry her. Lazy girls like to make us a layer. That's why my girlfriend be a career. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, jeje. Hold on tight. Hold on, jeje. That's why I hold on tight. Hold on, jeje. Hold on tight. Hold on, jeje. Fuck it up. I'm high on life, wanna meditate. So allow me, make I enjoy life. Cause promise on the finish, oh, every day different, why? Cause promise on the finish, oh.